Hi, Leanne.
Hi, how are you?
Good, good.
Hello.
Hey, Council President.
Hey, Dave. Hey, Ron. How are you?
Hello,
Nice to see you.
same here.
What's new?
Same old stuff, Mr. President.
Staying well?
Yes, trying you.
Yeah.
Good.
Hold on. I'm not.
Yeah, really. Yep. Getting used to the new format for the agenda. I've been looking it over.
Yeah, it's a lot here. We're trying to simplify things a little bit. In some ways, make it complicated too, but not intentionally.
After doing these meetings for 31 years, believe me, I've seen it all. People coming in. Everybody.
What? Who are you? There's somebody.
Good evening, Mr. Balducci. How are you?
Hi, everyone.
Hi, John. Hi, Councilwoman.
Hi, Councilwoman. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. I like your earrings.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What?
Good evening, everyone. Just wait another couple minutes for the clerk to get settled and a couple more people to log on.
Council President, this is Bob Strum.
Director, how are you?
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you could hear me because I'm having a little bit of problems getting in.
Okay, can hear you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Solicitor Verdecki, are you on the line?
I am, sir. Can you hear me?
Hear you. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, do you need a few minutes for Rose's computer?
Yes, we do.
Okay, let me know as soon as you're ready.
Where are you now? Oh. Council President, I'm all set when you are.
Okay, great.
Sorry about that.
No, it's all good. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the March 22nd Cranston City Council meeting. Clerk, will you please take the roll?
Councilwoman Marino,
Present.
Councilman Ferry,
Present.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Present.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Present.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Present.
Councilman Donegan,
Present.
Councilman Riley,
Present.
Council Vice President Brady,
Present.
Council President Paplaskas.
Present. Thank you. I'd like to entertain a motion to dispense with the reading of the minutes of the last meeting.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Brady,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to public acknowledgements and accommodations. We have some special guests this evening. We have the Cranston High School West Varsity Winter Ice Hockey Division II State Champions. So we have the champs in house this evening here on Zoom. I'd like to welcome them all. Usually when we do this, we call you up, we hand out citations. This is our first one and a little different being on Zoom. That being said, this is certainly a high honor, and I'm pleased to welcome the Division II state champs to this council meeting. That being said, I will pass this part of the meeting over to Council Vice President Brady for acknowledgements and accommodations.
Thank you, Council President. Just to further on that thought, this is our first one that we're doing live here on Zoom. I know Mayor Hopkins is inviting the team all in live to city chambers to give out some additional dockets. So I certainly look forward to being present during that honor. So, tonight I just want to congratulate the Cranston High School West and East Unified Varsity Winter Ice Hockey Team in proud recognition for capturing the 2020 and 2021 Division II State Championship. It hasn't been an easy year for anyone, and it's especially hasn't been an easy year for students in our Cranston community and beyond. We went into a high school year not knowing if high school sports were going to happen. Student athletes unaware if they were going to have a season based on a pandemic that was out of their control, a lifetime of work, dedication. Seniors uncertain if they'd ever skate a game again, put on a high school jersey. And as a proud alumni, I know the amount of work it takes to win a championship and be on a championship team. I was beyond proud to watch this group of young adults band together in the middle of a pandemic behind their coaching staff as our community, our Cranston community, rallied behind them both virtually and in person. Although it was not a typical year, we cannot be more proud of your accomplishments. And we stand here unified, proud tonight to call you all champions. I thank you all for your resilience, for your fight, for your hard work. And I just want you to know the memories that you created, I assure you will last a lifetime. The discussions I still have with the brotherhood of people that I played with, we still discuss these for generations to come. So these memories will last the rest of your life. Our entire council extends its sincerest congratulations and very best wishes on this memorable occasion. And we express hope for continued good fortune. In witness whereof, we set our hands and seal on this 22nd day of March, 2021. I will now read off the names into the record. We have head coach, Matt Brannon, my captain. Assistant coach, Robert Gates and Michael Diorio. Team captains, Andrew Martin and Jared Ainley. Athletic trainer, Kate Chafee. Number 1, Jacob Silva. Number 2, Caden Centuri. Number 3, David Busis. Number 4, Mark Chiccarone. Number 5, Harry, I apologize on this last name, but I'm going to give it a shot. All right, buddy? Woolasan. Chris, council president, knows how that last name then goes, right? Papalaskis. Number 7, Todd Regine. Number 8, Benjamin Harding. Number 9, Jaden Rossi. Number 10, Cameron Aruda. Number 11, Jared Ainley. Number 14, Mickey Becker Norton. Number 15, Joseph Raposa. Number 16, Jason Levy. 17, Andrew Martin. 18, Jay Medina. 19, Jeremy Ainley. 20, Justin Drowan. 22, Jared Pryor. 29, Jaden Case. 30, Joshua Case. 31, Matthew Correnti. We congratulate you, champions. Thank you for this amazing honor and for representing our Cranston City proud.
Thank you very much, Council Vice President. Would any council members like to comment?
Congratulations.
All right. I'll just,
Congratulations to all of you.
all right,
Job
I'll
well
just-
done.
Congratulations to all of you for your resilience, your hard work, and it paid off. So we are all very proud of you.
We're so proud of you. Congratulations. Keep working hard. No matter what you face, you can get through it together.
I just want to say great work, guys. You've made the city proud. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, council members. Again, congratulations to the champs. Be proud. You worked hard. You earned it. And great fight out there on the ice. And you made Cranston proud. So congratulations and thanks again, champs. Okay. Moving on to public hearings and public comment on docketed items. Public hearings are limited to the subject matter of docketed items tonight, and only the comments are, and these comments are subject to time limitations. The limit this evening and for all council meetings is 4 minutes. So if you can please keep your comments to 4 minutes. that would be helpful. I will say time or cut you off at the 4 minutes, just to remind you that your 4 minutes are up. So we can just keep the meeting on track this evening. I'd like to acknowledge Ginger Jackson Gleach. Madam Clerk, if you can.
Council President,
Yes.
just a point of information. I have an agenda item to be withdrawn. And since we have a large docket tonight, I wouldn't want anyone to stay on waiting to make a comment on something I plan to withdraw. May I withdraw that now?
Sure. Which agenda item is that, Councilwoman Mazzulli?
It's the last resolution on the list. It's titled Freedom from Domestic Violence is a Fundamental Human Right. I think it's better suited for introduction in October, which is Domestic Violence Month. So I'd like to continue to work on it with a few other council members who've reached out to me and present it then when it can get, the full month, and we can have some activities around it like we have with other months.
Okay, so the resolution this evening on freedom from domestic violence will be withdrawn by the sponsor, but reintroduced at a later date.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council President,
Yes,
I also have something that I will be withdrawing on the docket tonight, if I could do that now.
sure.
On section 6, election and or appointment of city officials, juvenile hearing board.
Okay.
I will be withdrawing Bernard Kevin O'Connor as a candidate for the juvenile hearing board until further notice.
Okay, thank you, Council Member Ferry. Okay, I see Director Moretti, your hand is up.
Hi, Council President. If I could trim down the agenda just a tad, please. We'd like to pull from new business and not submit to the council an ordinance that's labeled 321.06 regarding vehicles and traffic. It was sponsored by Mayor Hopkins.
You're withdrawing 32106.
Yes,
So that's not going to be heard tonight anyways. That's new business being forwarded.
but to eliminate it, correct?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, any other points of order before we get going on public comment? There being none, again, to the public, 4 minutes, please. And Madam Clerk, I'd like to invite Ginger Jackson to be our first speaker. And if you'd like to speak, just put your hand up in the waiting room. We're gonna go one by one. And if you're on a telephone, you hit *9, I believe, to put your hand up.
*6, Council President.
*6, I apologize. Thank you. Ginger?
Thank you, Council
Hi.
President.
Name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Ginger Jackson Gleich. Gleich is the spelling of the last part of my last name. And is it appropriate to give my organizational address?
Sure.
Okay. I work for the Prison Policy Initiative, and our address is P.O. Box 127 in Northampton, Massachusetts. The zip code is 01061.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President Paplaskas, Vice President Brady, members of the City Council. My name is Ginger Jackson Gleich, and I'm Policy Counsel at the Prison Policy Initiative. I'm here this evening to offer comment on the Redistricting Commission resolution. As you know, the Census Bureau counts incarcerated people as residents of the prisons where they are confined. This means that when Cranston uses raw data from the census, it counts anyone incarcerated at the ACI toward the population of Ward 6. Thus, that ward has fewer actual residents than other wards, and those residents have a disproportionate amount of representation in city government. The good news is that the solution is simple. Cranston may simply exclude the ACI population from its redistricting data. Doing so would equalize the number of true residents in each district. There is a rapidly growing consensus that such adjustments are the most equitable way to redistrict. 10 states and more than 200 counties and municipalities have taken steps to eliminate prison gerrymandering. 4 more states, including Rhode Island, currently have pending legislation, and 2 more have already implemented partial solutions. Here, all Cranston would need to do is amend the resolution to say that the ACI population would be removed prior to dividing the city's population into 6 wards. In support of that solution, I would like to briefly address 5 misconceptions that can arise when jurisdictions confront prison gerrymandering. First, funding would simply not be affected by this change. No state or federal funding is distributed based on decisions that Cranston makes about how to redistrict. In fact, no adjustment to your redistricting data would even be communicated to the state or to the Census Bureau. But even if it were, that would not affect any funding streams. Second, such an amendment would be consistent with Rhode Island's statutory definition of residence, which states that incarceration does not change a person's legal residence from their home address. Inmates are also at the ACI for short periods of time. 1/4 of the people incarcerated there stay for just 3 days before returning to their home communities. The rest have an average sentence of less than 2 years. Third, people incarcerated at the ACI are not Cranston constituents. Elected officials do not campaign at the ACI, and once elected, they do not provide constituent services to the people incarcerated there. Cranston officials do not, nor can they, enact regulations or ordinances that affect conditions at the ACI. Now, one might worry that removing the ACI population from the redistricting data would lead to the removal of other transient or non-voting groups. Undocumented immigrants, homeless people, children, college students, these are groups that might come to mind. But these groups are very different from the ACI population. Not only do Cranston officials enact ordinances that affect these groups, officials often work hand in hand with them to achieve political goals. Council members have worked with local children on recycling programs. College students come to testify at council meetings. You all work incredibly hard to support Cranston's nursing home residents, military service members, numerous policies, local taxes, school and recreational programs, housing and rental ordinances, public health campaigns, public safety policies affect every Cranston resident, including undocumented people, homeless people, and other groups. But that is simply not the case for for ACI inmates. Fourth, higher turnout rates in Ward 6 do not justify padding the ward's population with the ACI. The fact that Ward 6 has higher voter turnout rates than other districts, while commendable, does not undo the imbalance of representation because voter turnout rates do not dictate the size of ward populations. The promise of equal representation is not about equalizing the number of votes cast in each district. It's about equalizing the number of people represented by each elected official. Finally, the provision of municipal and emergency services to the ACI does not make ACI inmates into residents of Ward 6. There is no correlation between the funding and the provision of these services with who should be counted as a local resident, just as providing these services to a local hotel does not transform the guests of that hotel into constituents of Cranston. I urge the council to adopt the amendment to this resolution that's been put forth by Councilman Donegan. I thank you for your time. I'm happy to take questions. I'm also very grateful for your willingness to let me provide this testimony first. I have to go pick up a toddler across town, so I am very grateful for your help in that. I would also refer you to our written testimony that we submitted last week.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'd like to recognize Treasurer Seth Magaziner as our next speaker.
Hello, good evening, Mr. President and members of the council. I am here tonight at the invitation of Councilwoman Germain to discuss her resolution requesting that the state take a fresh look at the school funding formula. I'll be very brief and just say that I started out my career as a public school teacher. I taught 3rd and 4th grade elementary school, and from that experience, I know firsthand that every student is capable and deserving of success if the adults can set the right circumstances to allow those students to succeed. I do think that the time has come for the state to take a fresh look at the funding formula to ensure that every student is fairly and equitably served. It has been over a decade since the funding formula was first passed into state law. And I don't think we should prejudge which, if any, changes should be made, but after 10 years, it is probably time that we take a fresh look at it to ensure that every student is served fairly. I want to thank Councilwoman Germain for her leadership on this council, and particularly on behalf of the students of the city of Cranston. I want to thank all of you for your leadership on education. And with that, I will keep it short and sweet and say that I agree with the councilwoman that I do think the time has come for the state to take a fresh look on this matter, and happy to take questions if there are any. If not, thank you very much for having me, and thank you for the consideration.
Thank you, Treasurer Magaziner. Much appreciated. Okay, I'd like to recognize Pauline DeRosa. Good evening, Pauline. Name and address for the record, please.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Sorry. Thank you very much. Good evening, Council President Paplowskis and council members. Obviously, Ms. Jackson Gleish came forth with a very good statement. In fact, she said just about everything this evening that I was going to say. So I'm just going to keep this very brief and just say a couple of words. I also did some research on 3 of the prison policy initiatives. And as a resident of Ward 6, I have to say that I was totally unaware that 25% of its residents were inmates of the ACI and included as part of the resident population. I will say that every 3 residents in Ward 6 have as much influence over city affairs as 4 residents in other wards in the city. So with that being said, I will just say quickly that I'm certainly in favor of excluding those inmates from the Ward 6 resident population. I think it's totally unfair to wards 1 through 5, who have an approximate population of 13,500 city residents. The Cranston City Council includes 3,433 inmates at the ACI as part of the resident population of Ward 6. So I'm certainly in favor of excluding them in the next redistricting commission when that happens and is approved. And thank you very much for your time. I'm sorry, I did not say my name, Pauline DeRosa, 97 Cypress Drive.
Thank you, Mr. Rosa. Okay, I'd like to recognize Steve Piscopello. Mr. Piscopello, name and address for the record, please. Just need to unmute.
Thank you, Council President Paplowskis and members of the City Council. My name is Steve Piscopello. My address is 85 Fox Ridge Drive, Cranston, Rhode Island. I am speaking tonight as a proud resident and as the president of the Cranston Western Little League for the past 9 years, and a proud member of that association for the past 16 years. I say that because over that time, the league has tried to do many different things and upgrade our facilities, and we were fortunate enough to entice Little League Baseball to award us a 9-10 Eastern Regional tournament, which we've been running for the last 10 years. I say that because the person that was instrumental in helping that happen and has always supported us in everything that we do was our former mayor, Alan Fung. And Alan worked tirelessly with us to make that 8, 9, 10 regional happen and give us the upgrades that were necessary at the Chafee Complex, along with our vigorous fundraising to make that happen. But all along the way, every opening day, Mayor Fung would always be there. He'd always attend all of the functions of the 8, 9, 10 regional. And he's always had a passion for children. I've known him for 35 years. We went to high school together at Classical. Unfortunately, I'm a little bit older than him, so I didn't really see him for the 4 years I was there. We went to college together, and then we eventually teamed up in Cranston. But his passion for children and his passion for keeping the kids active in sports and activities has been paramount over his tenure as mayor. Obviously, tonight there's a resolution that is out there to proudly name the restorations of Cranston West High School field in his honor. Along with along with the former Parks and Recreation Director, Tony Liberatore, were instrumental, along with, I believe Mr. DeMayo was on this call as well, that worked tirelessly to get that complex up to snuff after 12 years of it being dormant for high school football. It's now a jewel of the western side of the city. And, I can't think of a better person to name a facility after than our former mayor, Alan Fung, who had so much to do with that particular project. And what a way to honor his passion and his legacy than to name a fine athletic complex in his name. So I'd appreciate everyone's support on that. And I believe he is well worth putting his name on that complex. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Piscopello. Much appreciated. Next, I'd like to recognize Stephen Agnoli. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Council President. My name is Steve Agnoli, Agnoli, 111 Cool Spring Drive in Cranston. I am speaking tonight in regards to the resolution making Cranston West Sports Complex to be called the Alan W. Fung Stadium. I am in full support of the resolution. Alan Fung was Cranston's mayor for 12 years, has done great work during his time as mayor, making Cranston fiscally stable, making Cranston one of the top 50 cities to live in America 3 years in a row. He has helped bring in thousands of jobs by expanding the tax base, and I am proud to call him one of our mayors. So I strongly urge the City Council to pass a resolution in honor of Mayor Alan Fung. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Agnoli. I'd like to recognize Michael Beauregard. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, Michael Beauregard, 136 Bluff Avenue. Thank you, Council President Paplaskas and members of the council. I will be brief because it sounds like most of the comments I was going to make have also been stated very succinctly. But really what it comes down to is fairness and the idea of one person, one vote. I'm here in support of the motion to make sure that the ACI population is excluded from redistricting process. And really, again, as a Ward 1 resident and someone who cares about equal representation, no ward should be having disproportionate representation on the council. And so I'd love to see that move made. And this is a great way for Cranston, to show that we're moving forward together. Just for background, I'm also a member of Cranston Forward. Recently, it formed a resident group that's looking to be more engaged in Cranston local government, and we've heard resoundingly from 100+ folks who've gotten involved so far that this is something that they support. So we really look forward to the council hopefully taking this opportunity to update and keep in time with the times and make this change so that everybody is equally represented on the council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Lynette Labinger. Hello, name and address for the record, please.
I'm Lynette Labinger. I don't know whether my video is working or not. I am an attorney in Providence, Rhode Island. My business address is 128 Doran Street in Providence. And I'm speaking as a cooperating attorney for the American Civil Liberties Union of Rhode Island. I really don't want to extend your patience. The attorney from the representative from the Prison Policy Initiative really went through all of the reasons why the council should take the opportunity to exclude members, incarcerated people at the ACI from its calculation of Cranston residents. The one thing I would add is I wanted to assure the council that as a result of the ACLU's defeat in court in trying to make that the rule of law in Cranston several years ago, we have a very clear ruling from the First Circuit Court of Appeals in Boston that this is a political decision, that you have the right to make this decision without fear of being sued by either side again. And we urge you to exercise that clear authority and recognize that people that are incarcerated in Cranston should not get be counted in the Ward 6 calculation, which gives an outsized clout to that ward as compared to the other 5 wards in your city. So unless you have some questions, I will conclude my remarks with thanking you very much for your time and patience tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll recognize Tony Liberatore. Good evening. Good evening, Tony. Name and address for the record.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, sir.
Tony Liberatore, 18 Bank Street, Cranston. Former Parks and Recreation Director, involved with all sports within the city for 13 years. It all starts from the beginning, everything we do, synthetic turf at Cranston Stadium, West Football Complex. There are so many things that we accomplished, former council members and present council members. But as my boss, Alan Fung, everything starts from the beginning. It starts out as a plan. It starts out with getting the money for projects that we want. As far as Cranston West, we had no money to do that field. We did a bond request, overwhelmingly approved by the voters. I went to the mayor, told him what my plan was for Cranston West. He was thrilled with the idea. There was a lot of pushback from residents, but we got it through. He was in on it every step of the way. There are so many things that were accomplished with Alan being mayor, and I think it's so well deserved to name that complex after Alan Fung. While I am speaking, I'd like to thank David DeMaio for all his help in doing that. Not his help. He pioneered that concession stand, tore it down to the ground, built it right back up to the best concession stand in the state of Rhode Island. Press box, we got it done. David and I worked together for from July of 20 to get that done. Without him, people, you wouldn't have that concession stand. Again, I support Alan Fung having that field named after him. I think he deserves it. I see no reason why it shouldn't be. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Tony. Good to hear from you. Director Perillo, I see your hand up.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. I'm here tonight in support of the resolution sponsored by Councilperson Riley and Renzulli to name the Cranston High School West Field Funk Stadium. As you know, I have not been with the city very long, but in the short time I have been here, I've had the honor of working with Mayor Fung, and he's exemplified what it means to be caring, compassionate, and an empathetic leader. These are words you very rarely hear of a political person, but those are the qualities that he exemplifies. His family upbringing, his strong work ethic, and his passion to help others epitomize what his leadership brought to the city of Cranston. This is a well-deserved honor for a man that has served the city for over 16 years as councilman and mayor. His dedication, guidance, and commitment are an example for all who are in public service to follow, and he has left an indelible mark on this city. This tribute, having the stadium named in his honor, will carry on his legacy as one of the greatest mayors and servants this city has ever had. I really hope it gets passed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director. Okay, I'd like to recognize Jim Vincent. Good evening, Mr. Vincent.
Okay. Council President and members of the City Council, my name is Jim Vincent. I'm a resident of 577 Situate Ave, proud homeowner there for the last 21 years. I'm speaking before the council as the local president of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, or the NAACP. I'm in support of Councilman Donegan's resolution in terms of making sure that the people that are at the ACI are not counted as people in Ward 6, unless they happen to be people from Ward 6. So to me, it's a matter of fairness, it's a matter of democracy, small d, and I don't want to belabor the point because you had some excellent speakers beforehand, but the NAACP opposes counting the inmates of the ACI as part of Ward 6. And I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Vincent, and stick around. We'll have you up shortly for your RIPTA COVID presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I'd like to recognize Andrew Lomier. Hope I said that right. Hi, Andrew. The floor is yours if you can unmute. Andrew Lomier, going once. All right, we'll leave Andrew here for a couple minutes, see if he can unmute. I will go down the list to Heather Burbach.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me at this time.
We can hear you.
Excellent. I'm going to be very brief because, as everybody else has pointed out, there's already been some excellent testimony on the issue. I want to start by thanking the council president for allowing me to speak this evening. I am a resident of 1975 Broad Street. I am here speaking in support of the proposed amendment proposed by Councilman Donegan for the resolution on redistricting. Very briefly, it comes down to the fact that I want my vote to count the same as anybody else's vote. As a member of Ward 1, my vote shouldn't be worth 25% less than somebody who lives in Ward 6. As you heard earlier, the population at the ACI is generally very transient, And so it's not that there are people that are there forever or for even past one election, generally. And so it makes no more sense to count them as members of Ward 6 than it does to count someone who is a hotel stay for 3 nights, which is, as you heard, the average staying at a hotel for 3 nights in any other ward of the district. And so I would support as a matter of basic fairness to the city's residents, to just exclude them from redistricting. It will not impact anything else for the city. And I think it's just as a matter of fairness, a good idea. So thank you, unless there's any questions.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'd like to recognize Gianna Belvega. Hi, Gianna. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, thank you, Council President. My name is Gianna Belvega, and I live at 16 Cavalry Street in Cranston. I would like to speak today on the issue of forming a redistricting commission and removing the prison population held at the ACI from consideration and redrawing the city wards. With the ACI factored into the population count of Ward 6, there's an unfair advantage by creating an unequal distribution of representation. The ACI residents number over 3,000, which is a significant amount compared to the population of each ward. Not all the people held there are from Cranston at all. If they were going to vote in an election, they would vote where they are registered with their home of record, which means they could be double counted as voters in Cranston and their home of record. And I just want to say that from personal experience, when I was in the military and stationed on a military base, I had no interest in engaging with the elected officials of the city surrounding the base or voting for them. I was more concerned about where my family lived, and that is where I would have cast my vote. So I urge you to support the amendment to exclude the prison population from consideration when redistricting the city's wards to create a more equitable distribution of voters in the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to recognize Karen Rosenberg.
Can you hear me now?
Hello, name and address for the record, please.
Yep, Karen Rosenberg from 46 Bow Street.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to address the council this evening. I just want to add my voice in support of Councilman Donegan's amendment to the redistricting resolution. I've been a Cranston resident and a homeowner for over 20 years, and I was surprised and upset when I heard that the council member for Ward 6 represents 25% fewer city residents than any other ward councilor, just because of the arbitrariness of the location of the state prison. To me, that means that that my vote and the vote of every other Cranston resident outside of Ward 6 is being diluted, and our votes count for less than the votes of a citizen in Ward 6. It's unfair. I think that it clearly needs to be fixed, and so I am supporting the amendment that would fix that problem. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to recognize Rebecca Keister.
Hi, it's actually Megan Grady from Meals on Wheels of Rhode Island.
Hi, Megan. Name and address for the record, please.
Megan Grady, Meals on Wheels of Rhode Island, 70 Bath Street, Providence, Rhode Island, 02908.
Welcome.
Hi, Megan.
Hey, thank you all. Yeah, I just wanted to pop on because we are currently in our annual March for Meals public awareness campaign. We appreciate Council Vice President Brady and Councilwoman Vargas for bringing the resolution forward tonight to recognize our efforts. You know, many of you already know Meals on Wheels of Rhode Island is much more than a meal. It is 1/3 of a senior's dietary requirement, but it's also a safety check and an opportunity for socialization. So today during lunchtime, Councilwoman Vargas joined me with the Cushmans that live in Cranston, and we personally brought their meal out. It was a wonderful visit, and it really showed our mission in action. We're just so proud to have operated without disruption in COVID-19, and it's because our volunteers are really delivery heroes for seniors in Cranston. We have 99 active clients, and last year we served 24,000 meals. So I'm happy to answer any questions, and thank you for your support.
Thank you, Megan. Okay, I'd like to recognize Michael Melito.
Good evening, Mr. President and members of the council. My name is Michael Melito. I live at 93 Moreland Avenue in Ward 1. I'm also here to speak in favor of the amendment of the Redistricting Commission resolution proposed by Councilman Donegan. I'm not going to try to gild the lily. You've heard lots of testimony on the matter. I want to add my voice to supporting the amendment and believe that it's just a matter of fundamental fairness, that there's the principle of one person, one vote is recognized, and that Ward 6 residents should not have 25% greater representation, greater voice than residents of other wards in the city. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Melito. I'm probably going to say this name wrong, and I apologize in advance. I'd like to recognize Naoko Shibsawa.
Thank you very much. That was an awesome attempt at my name.
I apologize. I'm sure
No, not at all. I mean, thank you very much, Mr. President and members of the council. My name is Naoko Shibusawa. And I live in 90 Sefton Drive here in Cranston. I'm a member of Ward 1. I'm also an associate professor of history and American studies at Brown University. And I'm also a member of the Brown History Educational Prison Program. And for the past dozen years, several history colleagues and I have co-taught a course at ACI. And so I just want to put that out there. I'm urging you to remove the prison population from the count of eligible voters in Ward 6 for all the reasons that people have added. But as a historian, I'm hoping that the mayor, if he's listening, will also appreciate this also as a history teacher, is that the reason is simple. Our democracy is based on the principle of one person, one vote. You know, and counting people who cannot vote is akin to the 3/5 compromise rule, right? That allows slave-owning states to count people who could not vote. It was a ruse that was written to the Constitution by Virginia slaveholders in order to artificially and undemocratically cling onto the political power. And after the Civil War, as all of us know, the 15th Amendment repealed this clause and put the nation on a better path towards a more perfect union. So voting for people who cannot vote, as if they were voting, members, citizens of Ward 6, is just simply undemocratic and unethical, I believe, right? It reeks to me of the sort of racist grab for power that our nation rejected over 150 years ago. So I urge you to do the right thing. I urge you to be on the right side of history, and I urge you not to compromise on democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Gretchen Bath. Hi, Gretchen. Just need to unmute and name and address for the record, please. I think you're on mute.
Mute.
I can hear you now.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Gretchen Bath, and I live at 5 Mather Ave in Cranston, long-term resident and voter in the city. I am also here to urge the council to adopt Mr. Donegan's amendment, excluding the non-resident ACI population from the count for purposes of redistricting. I think that would make the districts equal in size and equal in voting power. Right now, the voters in other wards like mine have less voting power than those in Ward 6. And I'll be brief because everyone else has said pretty much everything I was going to say. I would end by saying we hear a lot these days about the need for fairness and transparency in our elections process. And I, for one, fully support those concepts, and I hope you do too. It seems to me that a simple first step toward that is adopting the amendment and excluding that population from the count for purposes of redistricting. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Enrique Sanchez.
Hello, yes, good evening. Thank you to the Cranston City Council for allowing this very open, transparent town council. I would like to give a shout out to Councilman John Donegan and Councilwoman Vanessa Vargas for inviting and being very open and transparent to residents in the Cranston community. I am here in support of Councilman John Donegan's resolution of keeping the prison population out of future voting initiatives. The ACI is a place where a lot of bad things happen. Someone just recently died there. A mother was notified that their son had passed away like 2 weeks after he had died. And there was no discussion. There was no talks about his death in the Cranston government council level or Cranston administration. People were notified because of the activist community in Cranston and Providence. So people mobilized around the ACI. As the Hispanic Outreach Director and Constituent Service Director of the BLM RI PAC, I am here representing the organization and condemning this plan to go ahead and make it, be part of this initiatives. We do not support this, and we hope that you vote against this because the ACI and the population there cannot be part of a voting system when their voices aren't being heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Just need your name and address for the record, please. Oh, he's gone. Okay, moving on to Nick Carullo. Oh, Mr. Sanchez, we brought you back. Can you hear us? Oh.
Yes, I can hear you.
Just need your name and address for the record for the stenographer.
Sure. It's Enrique Sanchez, 1533 Plainfield Pike.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yep. Thank you.
Nick Carullo, name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, Nicholas Carullo, 30 Juniper Drive. Distinguished members of the City Council, I would just like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here tonight. I grew up in Cranston my whole life, and I couldn't think of a more perfect individual to have the field at Cranston West named for. Former Mayor Alan Fung engineered Cranston's most successful financial and economic period in decades. And we saw strong economic development of Garden City, creating hundreds of new jobs, a healthy climate for small businesses to thrive and be profitable, and constant budget surpluses year after year. But it's not just the financial and economic accolades that make Alan Fung a role model to people like myself in this city. If you saw Alan attending the Wednesday summer concert series in Garden City, or just in Dunkin' Donuts grabbing a coffee, if you stopped him and talked to him, he would listen to you and find the best solution. But most importantly, he listened and truly cared about the people. You know, Alan Fung is, I think we can agree, has impacted our community in a tremendously positive way. And his legacy has a lasting impact that will be able to tell future generations of this city in years and years to come. So I thank you for your time here this evening, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Carullo. Chair recognizes Debbie. Hi, Debbie. Name and address for the record, please. And you can unmute.
My name is Debbie Flitman. I live at 400 Situate Avenue in Cranston. And I'm only also going to be brief because everything that I was going to say pretty much has been said. And I've also sent everybody on the city council my testimony. But what I wanted to add now, just to be really brief, is that I do support Councilperson Donegan's amendment to the resolution to remove the inmates from the ACI from the redistricting. And I'd also like to just be a little clear, like when people say one person, one vote, what they're saying is that people that are at the ACI and who are able to vote, meaning that they're not convicted felons, can request an absentee ballot and vote where they are registered to vote. If they happen to live in Cranston in Ward 6, well, fine, but I would probably tend to think that many of them don't. So I support redistricting and keeping the ACI out of the picture. And as I mentioned in my testimony that I sent in, the Census Bureau now is able to provide accurate data if you ask them to remove the prison population. In years past, getting that kind of raw data was not possible. Now it's possible. So I urge you please to reconsider and not include the inmates at the ACI. I would also like to ask you to consider something else that a little bit has to do with this redistricting thing, is that maybe you want to consider allowing your constituents to have a little bit more verbiage permitted on the website where we're supposed to, you know, be able to speak our voice. I found it really difficult to say what I wanted to say using 4 lines on your website. Thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to speak. And again, I support Councilperson Donegan's amendment to the resolution.
Thank you, Ms. Flitman. I'd like to recognize Melissa Richard.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Name and address
Okay.
for the record, please.
Sure. Melissa Richard, 55 Longview Drive. I'm speaking tonight to show my support, or to ask for your support in naming the stadium after Mayor Alan Fung. I've been a resident of Cranston for the past 37 years. I went to Cranston West, graduated from there, and I actually have a son there. I can't think of a better way. I mean, everyone has already spoken on kind of what I wanted to say, but I can't think of a better way to honor a mayor that has done so much for the city of Cranston. For the past 12 years, I mean, he led the city was always available. He was transparent with us. He loved the kids. I really can't think of anything else that we could do to honor him and thank him for all he did for us. So I'm asking you for your support on the resolution to name the stadium after Mayor Alan Fung.
Thank you very much, Melissa.
Thank you.
I'd like to recognize Tom Wojak. Hi, Mr. Wojak. Name and address for the record, please.
Yes, Tom Wojcik, 11 Hall Place, Cranston. I can't say too much more. I just wanted to support Councilman Donegan's proposal to exclude the ACI population from Ward 6 census. Shame on me. I really wasn't aware of this until this year, but on the surface, it appears as such an undemocratic process to count people who are forced to live in Cranston for whether it's 1 day, 3 days, or 2 years. So I think this is, Jim Vincent spoke eloquently to this, as well as the Brown University professor, and just a few moments ago, Debbie Flitman. So I think that this is a issue of democracy, and it makes no sense at all as far as fairness or our democratic principles to include this population. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wojak. I'd like to recognize Caroline Alday. Hi, Caroline. You can unmute.
Hi, I'm sorry.
Hello.
I'm Caroline Allday. I'm at 228 Garden Street. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I'll also be brief because I'm also speaking in support of the amendment to remove the ACI population from the ward redistricting for very obvious reasons. We're a democracy. I believe in one person, one vote. And also Cranston, the city of Cranston doesn't have jurisdiction over the ACI. The state does, so it doesn't make sense that we would be counting them in our population. And I believe, but when we redistrict, when we do that, we are acknowledging the need for equal districts. And so why we would give one district a different number of voters is not clear to me. It concerns me today that I had contact with several council people about this. And when I continued to say, I've given you my reasons in opposition to this, I'd like to hear yours. And what I heard back was, you know, how does that give Ward 6 residents an advantage? And why don't you like compromise? But I didn't hear, these are the reasons that we think the ACI should be included. And I'm great with compromise. I just want to hear the reasons behind why the ACI population should be included when they can't vote and they aren't city residents and they aren't seen by the city, overseen by the city. So that's everything I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to recognize Janice Ruggieri or Jay Ruggieri. I'm assuming it's Janice Ruggieri.
Yeah. Sorry, my computer just did something.
We can hear you. Name and address.
Okay, cool. 45 Overhill Road in Cranston, Janice Ruggieri. I just wanted to say a few things regarding the renaming of the field and stadium at Cranston West. And what I'm about to say has no reflection on the many years of service that Mayor Fung provided to the city of Cranston. We served together for most of his term. I began with him, and although I ended a little bit sooner than him, we were together for most of the 11 years. His was 12. The stadium itself, I have to say, the Alumni Association was really the driving force behind both the renovation to the auditorium and the stadium. And between those two, they raised over $1 million in funding for those projects. They put their blood, sweat, and tears into that project. And I think, while I agree with the sentiment of having something in the city reflective of the mayor's years of service, I think that it might be better served to find something that's actually, number one, not just on one, that not one, something that just serves one side of the city, which is the Cranston West Field, something more centrally located that's truly reflective of his years of service and the message that he sent. It represents more aptly his time of service. In addition, and I know this is not going to come out sounding nice, but for the 11 years that I served on the school committee, our budget was always underfunded. Not just our regular budget, but also our capital budget, which would have been our budget to make improvements on our school buildings and our facilities and things. So it does kind of just not sit right with me when our buildings are still, you know, in a state from that time. And that's, again, not a reflection on the sentiment that this resolution states. I agree with the sentiment. I just don't agree with the place that you're putting his name on. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Janice. Chair recognizes Drake Patton.
Good evening. This is Drake Patton, 684 Natick Avenue. And I just want to join others who have asked that we not include the ACI residents in our count. And I appreciate Councilman Donegan's putting that forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Richard. Did we lose Richard? I think so. Mr. Wojak, I see your hand up again. You already spoke once.
Council President, I just wanted to say I missed Tom, you know, from our live session. You know, he was always involved in the discussion, so I just wanted to say that. We miss you, Tom.
Thank you, Council Vice President Brady. Madam Clerk, can you let Mr. Wojak back in? Normally don't give people a second bite at the apple, but Mr. Wojak, did you have something to add?
No, it's my lack of experience in using this equipment. But thank you, Councilman Brady. I appreciate the words, and I plan to attend more meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wojak. I see Richard has his hand back up again. Richard, name and address for the record. Richard, if you can find the unmute button, you can unmute. Richard going once, going twice. Okay, recognize Steve Frias.
Hey, can everyone hear me?
We can hear you. Name and address for the record, please.
Sure, no problem. Steve Frias, 107 Garden Hills Drive. I'm sorry my picture's not up. I have my screen up, but it's not working, I guess. I'm testifying today on the resolution regarding redistricting. It's come to my attention that there was an amendment to be proposed related to the redistricting resolution. And I think it's a very problematic amendment. I think it's the first problem it starts out with is this. The resolution asks for the exclusion of ACI inmates from the redistricting process, from the count. But the charter specifically says that all wards shall contain as nearly as possible an equal number of inhabitants as determined by the most recent federal decennial census. There is no phrase in there as determined by the most recent federal decennial census that can be adjusted by the council, modified by the council, or changed by the council. It's the number of inhabitants as stated by the census. So a change of excluding the ACI inmates would be contrary to the charter. If you want to exclude the ACI inmates, you have to change the charter, which is why this was an issue discussed at the Charter Commission when I was its chairman last year. But before I go there, I would just say it's inconsistent with the charter if you pass this resolution. And second, if you do include the ACI inmates, you are well aware that in 2016, the court stated that Boston, the First Circuit, that it is constitutional. So now to get back to the Charter Review Commission, we discussed this topic. It was presented before us. The Charter Commission voted 8-3 against a charter amendment, excluding the ACI inmates. And there was a lot of the same arguments was made here. So let me just kind of summarize the response, the thinking of the commissioners, at least myself. In regards to the argument that they are not real constituents, they are not real residents of Cranston, the bottom line is that the city provides services to the prison and therefore the people inside the prison who are in that institution. They provide police, they provide fire, they provide sewer. We also count people at the Eleanor Slater Hospital who are mentally ill. We don't campaign at the Eleanor Slater Hospital, we don't campaign at the prison, but we still provide services there and we count the people at the Eleanor Slater Hospital. In regards to the argument that they are transient, therefore they should not be counted because they are transient. They're only here temporary. They have legal residence elsewhere. As we know, out-of-state college students aren't legal residents of Rhode Island in some instances. They vote at their home state. We have people in the military who don't live here, are here temporarily, but they actually, as you heard, they don't really care about local government. They don't interact with the local government, but they're counted. So the problem that the commission had was if you start excluding one population, you're going to end up excluding other populations potentially. And you start opening up a can of worms. And as to the argument of gerrymandering, there's a problem with that argument that there's prison gerrymandering. First of all, Ward 6 was created in 1964. It has been held by Republicans, it's been held by Democrats. It's not gerrymandered to support any particular candidate or to help any particular party. It's not that type of gerrymandering at all. And if you look at what occurred at prison gerrymandering, it's usually a situation where you have a large prison in a small district, and so the population is overwhelmingly prison. But if you can tell, Ward 6, as someone indicated, 6,500 people voted in 2020. In Ward 3, we had about 5,000 people vote. So it's not a situation where one ward has a few hundred voters and another ward has thousands of voters, which is the traditional concept of gerrymandering. This is Ward 6 has a very strong population. It's actually votes in larger numbers than Ward 3, and it votes in equivalent numbers to Ward 2. So it's not some sort of rotten borough scheme. And lastly, to sum up a couple other things is I don't know if there'll be any financial impact to the city if you start changing these rules of residency. But you do know that COVID money is coming to Cranston. And one of the bases for money that comes to Cranston, like the COVID money, or some people call the Biden bucks, is that it's based on census population. So if you start excluding census population, the city says this is people, we count these people for funding, but we don't count these people for redistricting, it creates legal arguments that you're going to have arguments over allocation of dollars. And so I don't believe that it's necessary. So those were basically what the Charter Commission reviewed. I was chairman at the time, as I stated. I apologize for going so long-winded about this, but I just wanted to respond a little bit to what some of the comments were made. And the bottom line is the charter is written as inhabitants as determined by the most recent federal census. It's not constituents, it's not legal residents, and it's not census as adjusted by the council. That's all. If you guys have any questions for me, I'm glad to answer them. If you guys want me to stick around, if anybody wants to ask me a question later on, I can. But otherwise, I wish you a good evening and God bless you. It's going to be a long night for you guys, I know.
Thank you, Mr. Frias. Okay, anybody else from the public to speak on this that hasn't already spoken? I do not see anyone. I will close public comment. Thank you to everybody that took the time to come out and speak this evening. Okay, moving on to resolutions. First up, we have a resolution recognizing the new multi-sport stadium housed within the Henry Hank Orborn Sports Complex located at the Cranston High School West. Named Allen W. Fung Stadium, sponsored by Councilman Riley and Councilwoman Renzulli. I will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Under discussion, Councilmember Donegan.
Thank you, Council President. I just, for the public record, I did send an email to the sponsors of this, as well as to yourself, Council President, and the clerk and council attorney over the weekend. I do have a procedural objection to this matter being introduced and voted on in the same evening. While I don't think there's any legal reason not to, recent precedent when naming buildings ceremonially has gone through a different process. In 2017, when the Senior Enrichment Center was named in former Mayor Trafficante's honor, that resolution was introduced to the City Council in May 2017. It was then sent to the Public Works Committee in July 2017. And then from the committee, it was sent to the full City Council for a vote. I would ask that this resolution follow that same precedent, but obviously based on the motion made, that request is not being heeded. For that reason alone, is reason in my mind that I can't support this evening. I don't think that, there's been a lot of talk, and the former mayor and I have plenty of political disagreements. We had a very cordial relationship, I felt, when we served office, overlapped for 2 years. I commend his service to the city. Anyone that wishes to serve for that long I have a great deal of respect for. I think it's questionable to honor someone's legacy 3 months, less than 3 months after they turned in the keys to the mayor's office. You can't really have any sort of legitimate historical analysis of someone's legacy when it just ended. And I think that introducing and voting on a matter when you're naming a building that hundreds of thousands of dollars of public money and hundreds of thousands of dollars of private donations have gone into build, I think deserves a little bit more of a public conversation and public input.
Thank you, Councilmember Donegan. Duly noted your objection and your reason to vote no. I will say this. I've treated all the resolutions that have come in front of us this term and let them come to the full council regardless of the topic. Same thing tonight. So certainly appreciate your objection. It's duly noted for the record, but I think the process back in 2017 went to an extra step that it didn't need to go through. That being said, I recognize Councilmember Riley had his hand up.
Thank you, Council President. So Councilwoman Renzulli and I put forth this resolution to honor former Mayor Allen Fung. He was integral in spearheading the financial recovery of this city from junk bond status to one of the top 50 cities in America today. It was through his leadership that the city turned that corner and allowed businesses to thrive, allowed individuals to thrive, and really brought this city up while the rest of the state was going in the opposite direction. In that environment, we were able to do things such as raise money for sports complexes. So he really set that tone and set that environment. Not only should he be commended for his financial acumen in the city, but he was everywhere at everything. He was a true people's mayor, on top of all the dollars and cents of this city. He served this city for 17 years of public service, and that's commendable in and of itself. He's the first Asian American mayor to serve. That's an important fact given everything that's been happening lately. And he's been wonderful to the city, wonderful to the residents of the city. And I think this is the least we can do to thank him for all the hard work and turning this city around. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Riley. Any other discussion from council members? Councilmember Rinzuli.
Hi, thank you. So Mayor Fung was a dedicated public servant to our great city for 17 years, first as a councilman, then as our mayor. But I do want to recognize that a major part of his success was the amazing team that he surrounded himself with. In the case of the revitalization of the Cranston West football field to create a multi-sport field that accommodates football, soccer, and lacrosse, and an upgrade to the facilities of the stadium is an example of that. I want to recognize the private-public partnership and how it was a true team effort. As a proud Cranston West alumni and now a sports coach at the school, I want to say that I'm so appreciative of this partnership and all the work that the Alumni Association did, raising over $1 million. And that was led by Dave DeMayo, who I want to thank and who was on this call as well. There's a lot of people to thank for this, the work of Tony Liberatore and his staff, the Cranston West administration, the student athletes, members of city council, past and present, school committee members, and the many businesses who donated their time and services they all need to be recognized for this collaborative effort. And I think they too would thank Mayor Fung for his leadership. And I want to thank him for his support of youth sports. I've seen him at countless games, meets, there to speak and set an example and be encouraging. But most of all, I want to thank him for partnering with all the people that I just named in an effort to upgrade the complex at West. And I just want to recognize him through naming this stadium after him. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rinzuli. Any other discussion? Councilmember Marino.
Thank you, Council President. It's important to echo the sentiment. There's no question that former Mayor Fung should be thanked for his dedication to the city and the work that he did. And he is a good person. But with that being said, he was an elected official and his service to the community should be thanks enough. Secondly, I'd like to point to Councilman Donegan made a good point. It's less than 3 months from when he completed his service as mayor. This is to do something of this nature is rather unprecedented. And I think and would hope that all of us here would agree that, just because you can do something doesn't mean that you should do something. Can we slap his name on that field? Sure we can. Is it really the right thing to do? I say no. I think that as a public servant that we represent the community, and there are many athletes, there are many teachers, there are many coaches that have dedicated, not because they were elected, but because they generously gave their time and devoted their time to our community, to Cranston West, to the athletics department. And those are the members whose names should be on those fields. Again, Mayor Fung was doing his job, just like we do our job. And I would hope that the rest of us would be humble enough that we weren't looking to put our, and not, he's not seeking it, I'm not saying that. What I would propose is on an annual basis, with the help of the Cranston West Alumni Association, that they nominate someone on an annual basis to dedicate that field to: a teacher, a former student, a coach, someone along those lines, and dedicate the field on an annual basis to that person. That's a way to rally support for the community. And that's something that I think that we should do. Again, he didn't do this alone. He did this with the help of others. And the contributions of others is much more commendable and merits that type of praiseworthiness and acknowledgement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Marino. Councilmember Vargas?
Thank you, Council President. Actually, Councilwoman Marino pretty much just took the words out of my mouth. That's exactly what I was going to say. While I commend the mayor for his years of service and dedication to public service here in our great city of Cranston, honestly, personally, I'm just one where I really feel that a building really shouldn't be named after an elected official, but rather maybe a community leader, an athlete or coach, or someone who has also provided great contribution to our great city. And again, this is nothing going against the mayor himself. Again, as I mentioned, I thank him for his years of service, but I really feel that a school building, a complex, or any city building in itself really should be recognized or be named, I would say, after someone who, whether it's, as Councilwoman Marino had mentioned, a coach, an educator, someone who's really taken an extra leap or so within our city. As an elected official, all of us here, even as mayor and everyone else who's an elected official, we're really doing the work that we got elected to do. And therefore, I really feel that while everyone was in, those that were involved with the field, with the sports complex, I applaud everyone's effort on this, and it looks great. It looks amazing. But nothing against the mayor. I personally do not feel comfortable voting in naming this sports complex after the mayor, and therefore I will be voting against this resolution this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Ferry.
Yes. When this resolution came up, I did get a few phone calls and a few emails. And I really didn't think much of it at the beginning until I started doing my homework, in which I do all the time when things like this come up. And the question I have, which is bothering me, is the fields, the complex, are already named after someone. And I just don't understand how we can strip the name that's on the complex or the field and put someone else's name in its place. So my homework showed me that the complex is called the Hank Orabone Complex, and the football field is called the Fritz Eder Field, and the baseball field is something Pagano Baseball Field, and the pavilion is named after Mark Van Eegen. So if the football field already has someone's name on it, I just don't agree with the fact that we can take that name off the field and put someone else's name in. Now, I think that Alan Fung did an incredible job as our mayor. He has many accomplishments. His performances were great on everything that he touched. He helped this city enormously. And I feel that we should, in fact, honor him. But this soon into his departure is not the time, and I do not think that we should take someone else's name off the field or the complex and put his name in its place, that we should find another way to honor him in time. Maybe do it as a group. Maybe all look at it. Maybe we can get together and figure out a way to accomplish this, because it's something that we should accomplish. But I just, at this point in time, don't feel that this is the way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Jermaine.
Thank you, Council President. I echo the sentiment of my colleague as to it's too soon for me to judge the legacy, where I commend the work of former Mayor Alan Frank. But the legacy, we need a little more time. And also, as Council Ferry mentioned, I did a little homework and I saw that there was someone named after the building. So I question, is it ethical to remove someone's name and put someone else? That there is a ethic issue here. And also, the building is one side of the Cranston. I would like to see something you do that center, that rally the whole community. So everything that has been done in West Cranston, and I don't think former Mayor Fong worked only for the west part of the city. So I would like to see something we do, give him an award, something, but name the complex after him, and also remove someone else's name. And that's for me, I cannot support that. So that's why I will not be able to vote for that. Thank you.
Thank you,
Through the chair.
Councilmember. Councilmember Riley?
Yes, I understand Councilman Brady's hands up. I just wanted to clarify for everybody that no one's name's being removed from anything. There's the Hank Orbone Sports Complex at Cranston West. That encompasses all the athletic fields, the football field, the baseball field, the softball field. Within the Orbone Sports Complex is the Pagano Field and the softball field, which, excuse me, but I don't remember the exact name of that one, as well as hopefully Fung Stadium. Within Fung Stadium is Fritz Etter Field, Will Speck Track, and then the concession stand is actually not named after Mark Van Eegen. His number was retired and a plaque was put up on top of there. So I just wanted to assure everybody that no one's name is being removed from anything.
Thank you for your point of information, Councilmember Riley. Council Vice President Brady.
Thank you, Council President. I really appreciate the discussion on this matter. I was involved with the Cranston West alumni prior to being a public servant here on the council. And, I'm really proud of the work that the Cranston West alumni has done as a collective unit. Councilwoman Renzulli spoke briefly on it, and I appreciate her kind words on behalf of David DeMayo and the rest of our organization. We take great pride prior to being involved in politics in the community service that we did. And it wasn't something, I never envisioned, candidly speaking here in an open forum, being involved in politics and being a public servant myself, like the rest of you. It is a thankless job. We all know that, and to be honest with you, none of us give back because we want the recognition, and we get those picture opportunities and people say, hey, take a picture. And sometimes, just like the rest of you, I probably say, no, I don't want to take a picture. I'm doing this because I want to do this, because it makes me feel good. And I remember the day that Mayor Fung approached me at my coffee shop, at my place of business, and said, hey, an open seat came up. Would you ever be involved in, would you ever want to be involved in politics? And, if any other man had asked me, I don't know if I would have said yes, but I had so much respect, so much honor for a guy that I always saw throughout our entire community, supporting every sports event, being at the pep rally, high-fiving the kids, getting a crowd go wild. You want to talk about rallying a city? You want to talk about, getting people through a pandemic? I mean, I haven't always agreed with the mayor, but I got to tell you, 16 years of service, I'm humbled by the service that man has done for this community. 3 months, not whatever it may be. I'm not going to discredit the amount of work that we've done as a collective community for the Alumni Association to obviously improve our city. the work that we've done in a public and private partnership to make that field as beautiful as it is, to be as proud as we are, the amount of businesses that are involved, teachers, students, parents. I mean, it definitely does take a collective unity to do it. But Alan Fung is not asking, Mayor Alan Fung is not asking to be honored today. It was presented by two sponsors, and none of us, like you said, would want to be sponsored or want our name behind something. But I think honestly, with all that's being said, with the amount of work that he's done for our community, legacy, we can debate. We can all debate it. I mean, I believe he truly is one of the most loved mayors that have ever left our town. And 3 months or not, he gave us 16 years to our city. And I think Alan Fung and I think the city of Cranston, regardless of where he went to high school, regardless of who he is, he wears Cranston on his sleeve, just like the rest of us. So I will be in support of this tonight. I don't know how the vote's going to go. As a proud alumni, as a proud Alumni Association representative, and also as a public servant, I'm proudly going to support Fung Stadium and hope that one day can be Sunday Fung Day.
Thank you, Council Vice President Brady. Any other discussion by council members? Councilmember Ferry, see your hand up?
Yes. I don't think the debate tonight is whether or not we should recognize the fact that Alan Fung did a great job and dedicated many years of service to the city of Cranston. I just think that it should have been done in a different way, and maybe that there could have been some discussion and not making it look like some of us are for Alan Fung and some of us are against Alan Fung, because that's not what this is all about. It's not. And if maybe we had been all involved in this decision of what to do to honor him, maybe we wouldn't be sitting here for an hour discussing this right now. So the bottom line is we need to be more cohesive and work as a unit and do things like this together and not just have two people come forward with no discussion. This was never brought to my attention. I don't think it was brought to anybody's attention. And the bottom line is this is not for or against Alan Fung. I am for honoring him, just not in this way. And we should have all gotten together and figured out a way to do it. And that's all I have to say about this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Ferry.
Mr. President,
Councilmember Riley.
at this time, given what's going on here, I would like to withdraw my motion to approve. If we could see if there's unanimous consent at that.
Okay, is there any objection to Councilmember Riley?
That's a non-debatable issue, Mr. Chairman. He can withdraw his motion. He doesn't need anybody's consent to do so.
So at this time, I'd like to withdraw this resolution. It's extremely disappointing, some of the things I've heard tonight, but at this time, I'm going to withdraw it and we will discuss it further.
Okay, so you're withdrawing your sponsorship, Councilmember Riley, of this resolution?
Yes, I am.
Councilmember Renzulli, I believe you're a co-sponsor. Are you withdrawing your sponsorship as well?
I guess so.
Okay, this has been withdrawn. Moving on, we have a resolution of the City Council asking the General Assembly to re-examine the state education fair funding formula to ensure equitable educational funding to local municipalities, sponsored by Councilwoman Jermaine, Council Vice President Brady, Councilwoman Marino, and Councilwoman Renzulli. I will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Under discussion?
I will defer to Councilmember Jermaine.
Councilmember Jermaine, the floor is yours.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank Superintendent Nodamas and Mr. Joseph Balbucci, who helped me in drafting this resolution. I want it to be clear for everybody that this resolution is not a partisan issue. Having quality education, having equitable funding for all children, regardless of the zip code, is not a partisan issue. And as a mother, I witness and I know how unequitable funding impact the most vulnerable. So after 10 years of the funding formula, it's time to take another approach to fund our school. And it is not a surprise for anyone to know that our school have been underfunded for too long. It's been too long, our school budget is the leftover when every other department have what they need and they give the school the leftover. So my point is to ask our leaders, all leaders involved in making decisions regarding our schools, our public schools, to re-examine how we fund our school, our public school. So that's why, with the help of my colleague, we introduced this resolution. This resolution is not intended to blame anyone. That's not the intention of this resolution. And we know if there is something that has happened in the past, it's the past, now it's moving forward. How we can together to make sure our children have the same access to resources, our teachers have resources, the same access to resources, equitable access to resources to educate our children, to ensure our children have the same access to succeed in life. Not because of where you live, not because you are this, who you are that. It's because we care as a body, we care as a state, we care as a local government to make sure we funded properly, equitably our schools. So that's why I introduced this resolution, and I'm very grateful for the support of Superintendent Janine Notamas in drafting this resolution, and the support of our colleague, Council Vice President Brady, Council at Large Jessica Marino, and Council at Large Nicole Winsley. I hear you back the podium, and if Superintendent Notamas has something to say, thank you, Council Vice President and Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Jermaine. Any other council members? Council Brady?
Council President, Janine, did you want to say anything before I spoke, or? I'll
No,
certainly-
everyone, yeah, I'll speak at the end if that's okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent. Councilmember Brady, did you want to speak now, or do you want to hold your comment?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, Council President. I want to thank Mr. Maine for bringing this up and having some very passionate conversation with me. In numerous meetings, I've had meetings with people on the state level. Obviously, we did a joint meeting with the school committee and the council as a collective, just to kind of learn more about the school funding formula. Obviously, we know and we've learned it's 11 years old and it needs to be reviewed. I also would like to thank Representative Jackie Baginski for the time that she spent kind of just pulling me up to speed on where we're at on the state level and why we're becoming down so low. I think everyone agrees pretty much on this call, in addition to our school committee, parents, students, teachers, that this funding formula needs to be looked at. Unfortunately, I don't know if we'll be able to do it before this budget season, but being 10 years old and there are already being discussions of it being reviewed, I think it's an important discussion point to keep the pressure on to make sure that it's on the forefront of the discussion so that it's amended and fixed for the up and coming year. So that's really all I have to say. I look forward to listening to my colleagues regarding more of this point and making sure that we're continuing to advocate for the students of the city of Cranston to make sure that we're obviously getting as much funding as we can to make sure that everyone gets an equal education.
Thank you, Council Vice President Brady. Councilmember Maria?
Yes, I'll try to be very brief. My other colleagues have spoken right to the subject of it. We know that the formula is antiquated. We know that we are in need of additional public funding for our public schools from the state, and we're hoping that this will help accomplish that goal. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member Marino. Any other comments from council members? Council Member Donegan.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to thank Councilwoman Germain for her advocacy on this issue, as well as the other co-sponsors. I look forward to supporting this, and thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Donegan. Any other council members? Councilmember Vargas.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to thank all the sponsors for bringing this forward. I do want to say that, yes, this was looked at or started 10 years ago, or a little bit over 10 years, 2010. And so this was pretty much to make sure, my guess is that to let the General Assembly know that we are in fact paying attention, but also to let them know or ask more of them to please consider it at some point or the other, to make sure that the funding formula is accountable and make sure that the funds are in fact being distributed to the needs of our city, but also to the needs of our students and ELL learners as well. We're again, I'll be supporting this resolution this evening, and do ask that the General Assembly take a look at some point to calculate and determine the amounts of state aid given to municipalities across the state. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Any other council members? There being none, clerk, will you please take the roll?
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Brady,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Moving on, we have a resolution recognizing March 2021 as the 19th annual March for Meals Month, sponsored by Councilwoman Vargas, Council Vice President Brady. I'll entertain a motion. Do we have a motion? We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second under discussion. Councilmember Vargas, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Council President. Resolution's pretty straightforward on the language that's on there. We had the Executive Director, Megan Grady, that was on the line earlier this evening with us. As she'd mentioned, I had the time today to volunteer and take time from my workday to bring a nutritious lunch to a couple here in the city of Cranston. Prior to the pandemic, Meals on Wheels was already doing a phenomenal job bringing meals to our seniors and individuals with disability that are not able to either prepare themselves a nutritious meal or get to a dining center or have some sort of limitation of transportation to an area where they could provide or get a nutritious meal. So today, going through this pandemic more than ever, we need to make sure that everyone gets a nutritious meal, obviously our seniors as well. And so they've been doing a great job. There's been hundreds of meals that's been given out within the last year in Cranston alone. As Megan Grady mentioned, there was about 99 active clients or seniors, at least here in the city of Cranston. And they've served in 2020 over 24,000 homebound Rhode Islanders. So I'd like to take this moment to not only thank Meal on Wheels, their staff and their executive director, but also all of their volunteers and partners who come together on a daily basis to provide all of our seniors and individuals with disability a nutritious meal. And I respectfully ask my colleagues on the council to support the resolution proclaiming March as the 19th annual March for Meals month. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Any other council members? Council Vice President Brady.
Thank you, Council President. I want to thank Councilwoman Vargas for reaching out and asking me to be a co-sponsor on this. It's absolutely my pleasure. 24,000 meals last year in the middle of the pandemic is absolutely amazing. And the work that Megan and her team is doing and continues to do to help fight, food insecurity and help our community is absolutely amazing. In addition to what Councilwoman Vargas said about our senior center and all the nonprofit organizations that are helping throughout the state of Rhode Island, May Organization for the Homeless, Rhode Island Dream Center. I could go on and on, the Rhode Island Food Bank. Amazing work done throughout a pandemic. So I'm honored to sponsor tonight, and I appreciate the opportunity. And please keep up the great work that you're doing throughout our community. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Any other comments from council members? Councilmember Jermaine.
I want to thank you, Council President. I want to thank Councilman Vargas and Councilman Vice President Brady for this resolution. As someone who come from a developing country, I know what it's like not having a meal. And there is real hardship in our community. And the work Meals on Wheels is doing is extremely important. So this is commendable. And I thank you for doing that, because when someone have a meal, if that is smile in their face, it's a hardship to have a meal when you don't know when to. When the pandemic started, with my other hat, we were partnering with other organizations to bring meals. Our senior, they cannot go out, they don't know what's going on, they are not working. So having this service to our senior is critical, and thank you for bringing that. Thank you for Wheels Up and Meals initiative and the work they've been doing. So I commend you. Thank you for bringing that.
Thank you, Councilmember Jermaine. Any other comments from council members? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Zuli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Brady,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Resolution passes. Moving on, we have a resolution urging the council and the administration to proclaim March as a Remembrance Month of survivors and victims of COVID-19, sponsored by Councilwoman Jermaine. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
So move.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
And we have a second. Under discussion, Member Jermaine?
Thank you, Council President. I took this resolution based on my personal experience and what I observed. When COVID hit and a lot of people start to lose their life, and parent, family, no one can be there for them. A lot of them just pass away lonely. And that's remind me my own pain when my sister died at the earthquake in 2010. She was at the university and the university collapsed at the earthquake, and she stays there. And no one could get her. So I was here. My mom couldn't get anything for her. Until now, she haven't have anything done for her. And I know how it's painful to lose someone and you can't even say goodbye. And I know this has happened for so many of us. And in Cranston, only we have 132 residents that pass away. And with COVID, even you cannot be there for them. We cannot see. So I think having a ceremony or having a month to remember those people who lost their lives, for those who are still survive, with the scar of COVID, and to tell them that we heal, we remember them, we remember their legacy, and we will always cherish them. And for those who are in the front line that work for us every day to keep us safe, it's at the same time a way to tell them thank you. We know the work you're doing, and we appreciate it, and we remember those we lost, and we could not be there to say a final goodbye. So that's the reason behind of this resolution. And I would appreciate, with the support of the council and the administration, we organize one activity in honoring those who we lost due to COVID.
Thank you, Councilmember Jermaine. Councilmember Vargas.
Thank you, Council President. Councilwoman Jermaine, I want to thank you for bringing this resolution before us. While I wish we didn't have to have, a resolution like this and be living in a pandemic that we're currently living in, it's truth of the matter is, as you have it before us, right? We've lost, many of us, if not all of us, know somebody that we've lost, or know someone of which we has been impacted by COVID. And, I'd love to be added as a co-sponsor to this resolution. But also, you had just mentioned that you would like to at some point do some sort of an event, obviously, right, or some sort of a time where we can maybe put together or honor, right, those who have been victims and survivors, and have maybe a memorial or so forth. And so I'd be happy to work with you on something along this lines, while obviously taking precautionary measures. Again, I also like to go ahead and thank everyone, all of the essential employees as well, and take this time to thank everyone who's had to be frontline workers through COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Vargas. Council Vice President Brady.
Thank you, Council President. First of all, I would like to also thank Councilmember Jermaine for introducing this important topic for discussion tonight. I myself, prior to this meeting, attended a service for someone that lost their mother today, and this week, and COVID is still here. It's still very present in our community, and as a small business owner who continues to help safely reopen the economy, it's a constant reminder that of the 2,600 people that we lost, of the people that have lost family members, we've all, like Councilwoman Vargas and Councilmember Jermaine said, lost someone that we loved, or know someone that's lost someone that they loved in this difficult and nearly impossible year at times. We've all probably been in a similar situation, resorted to tears in a bed at night, wondering where the rest of the year was going to go, impossible to forecast, uncertain of our own futures. So as we sit back and we remember those that we've lost and continue to work together on a plan to get through this, I sit here tonight and mourn everyone that's lost someone, and proudly would also like to be added as a sponsor to this important resolution.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Any other discussion from council members? There being none, I just have a request. I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor as well, if it's okay with the sponsors.
Thank you. You are all welcome.
Thank you. All right, any other comments? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Brady,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Okay, the next resolution on the agenda has been withdrawn by the sponsor and will be resubmitted. We talked about that at the beginning of the meeting. So if there's no objection, I would like to jump down and take the resolution for redistricting now. I know there's a lot of people on the call that probably sitting here that want to hear it. If there isn't any objection, I'd like to do that now while we're still under the resolution category. There being no objection, I'd like to hear the resolution of the City Council authorizing a redistricting commission to develop a redistricting plan for the 6 wards of the City of Cranston, sponsored by myself. I will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to approve, and we have a second under discussion. Councilmember Donegan.
Thank you, Council President. As we've heard from a number of individuals during testimony and prior written submission, this matter before us is of great importance to our local democracy. We have the principle of one person, one vote, of equal representation, and I feel and I'm glad to see that many others share the sentiment that the current practice of including the ACI population and incarcerated populations in the redistricting numbers distorts and undermines that principle. And so for that reason, I would make a motion to, on line 38, after quote, target population, amend the remainder of the sentence to read as follows, quote, as determined by the total city population reported in the 2020 federal decennial census minus any non-resident incarcerated populations divided by 6. And then I can, if I could, I can expand on that if there's a second.
Okay, we have a
Second.
motion for an amendment and a second. Councilmember Donegan, you still have the floor.
Thank you, sir. So there have been a number of different things brought up about how this could potentially impact us. It's been brought up that it could potentially impact funding. We've heard from Common Cause in written testimony. We've heard from the ACLU, and we've heard from the Prison Policy Initiative, all to the effect that redistricting data and redistricting numbers in no way would have any impact on any sort of funding that we would receive. And there's been no credible evidence brought to us to support that it would. It's been brought up that, well, fire and police at times respond to the ACI, and that is absolutely accurate. They do. But the city also receives a significant amount of revenue and pays out expenditures in mutual aid because fire and police respond to neighboring communities. No one's suggesting that our neighbors in Olneyville or in Johnston or on the south side, that they should be included in Cranston redistricting numbers simply because they receive assistance at times from the Cranston emergency services. We heard from Director Lima in the ordinance committee, and as you all know, I have the utmost respect for Director Lima. It's why I was the one that made the motion to put him forward on inauguration night. And I don't doubt that doing this on the local level would be difficult. Ideally, this would be taken up at the federal level. And if not at the federal level, then at the state level. And it hasn't. And we're left to do it here this evening. And as Common Cause mentioned in their written testimony, with the advances in technology and desegregation of data, there are pivots and data sets and data tables that we could utilize to exclude non-resident voting incarcerated persons from our redistricting figures. So we would be able to get access to that information. And as we know, we're likely not going to be getting the census information until September as is. So we have plenty of time to formulate the strategies and ways to go about making sure that we can seamlessly implement that data as it comes in. And then lastly, I just want to a couple points that were made both in public testimony and then from Chairman Frias from the Charter Commission. I would respectfully disagree that this isn't gerrymandering. It's not necessarily political gerrymandering, but it is a form of racial gerrymandering. I believe the incarcerated population in Rhode Island is about 40% white. It's over 50% people of color. And what happens is when you have, by counting the incarcerated population in the voting populations when redistricting across the country, what it does is it dilutes the political and voting power of communities of color by taking those communities and displacing them into what largely whiter, more affluent, suburban, or even times rural communities. So it is, in a way, it is a racial justice issue, and it is a form of racial gerrymandering, in my opinion, and I think the NAACP, based on literature I've seen online, also supports that position. So for a multitude of reasons, none more important than the fact that including the ACI population, including incarcerated individuals in the redistricting population and redistricting process, it undermines the principle of one person, one vote. 75% or 10,000 people in Ward 6 should not have the same voting power as the 13,000 people in Ward 1, Ward 2, Ward 3, Ward 4, or Ward 5. Their vote counts just as much and should count just as much as the people in Ward 6. And to ensure the representative and equal representation of that we strive to, at least, we need to remove incarcerated, non-resident incarcerated individuals from the redistricting purpose.
Thank you, Councilmember Donegan. Any other discussion on the amendment? Director Lima, Director of Elections, has his hand up. If there's no objection, I'll allow him to speak. I don't see an objection. Mr. Lima, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Council President and honorable members of the City Council. And thank you, Councilmember Donegan, as well for your kind words, as always. So I've listened intently to the testimony earlier this evening, and I did find much of the testimony quite compelling. As you know, Council President, I asked you to submit this resolution on behalf of essentially the Board of Canvassers in order to get the redistricting process going. And when I drafted the resolution, I did so using the 2012 resolution. 2011, it was when it passed a council resolution as a starting point. And I also used the existing framework of state law, as well as the new redistricting guidelines that passed the city charter, but from the voters last fall. And I incorporated that into the resolution. The reason I did so is that redistricting is a process that is very much governed by state law. And one thing I did know it was absent from much of the testimony earlier this evening is the fact that this process is governed by the city charter. As a sworn elections official, I have a duty and obligation to uphold the state's laws, our local laws, and our federal laws as they relate to elections, voter registration, et cetera. And in this case, the charter is, at least in my judgment, very clear that we're obligated by the charter to use census data in order to conduct the city's redistricting process. Now, that's not to say that could never be changed. And in a moment, I want to give the council at least some alternatives if the council so choose that could be pursued. But what's problematic for me is if we were to amend this resolution to modify census data, we would not actually be using the Census Bureau's population counts. We'd be using a modified version thereof, modified by the city. In this case, modified to subtract the incarcerated felon population at the ACI. In the charter does not grant the council, does not grant the redistricting commission that authority in order to do so. The charter language is very clear. That's actually why the resolution as it's currently written simply reflects the charter language. So that said, it's not that this is fatal to the idea of not counting the incarcerated population as part of Ward 6. In light of much of the testimony received this evening, I also read the written testimony from both the ACLU and from Common Cause, and I agree in strong point with what the First Circuit Court and what the testimony stated, in that this ultimately is a political question. But unfortunately, in my view, I don't believe it's a political question that the council can decide here tonight. It's a political question that the voters of the city would have to decide via either a charter amendment or at a higher level. And this is what the Prison Policy Initiative has been attempting to do for many years now, convincing the real root of the problem, which is the fact that the Census Bureau makes an operational decision to include incarcerated populations as part of their aggregate census data, including the group quarters data that Common Cause mentioned in their testimony. That's a policy decision by the U.S. Census Bureau. There's been, I know, a lot of efforts by the Prison Policy Institute, amongst other groups, to change the Census Bureau's policy in that regard. One, I think, keen advantage that Rhode Island has right now is that the Census Bureau is under the jurisdiction of the Department of Commerce, and we all know who the new cabinet secretary of the Department of Commerce is. So we certainly have a voice there as Rhode Islanders in perhaps changing that policy at a federal level in the future. I don't think it will be changed for this census process. So that's one avenue, but it's not the only avenue. As I mentioned, this council is granted by the same charter a pretty broad authority to change the charter via a referenda from the voters. There's nothing stopping the council from, at the next meeting, introducing a proposed charter amendment and submitting it to the voters to go onto the ballot in November of 2022. That would allow for this process to be modified in the future, and give the council more leeway in modifying districting data instead of just as the current charter reads, straight census data. Now, there is another concern I have there, and it's more of a concern of equity. If we were to do that as just the plain municipal level, yes, we could do that. We could take the census group quarters data and simply subtract it from Ward 6 and then calculate the 6 wards of the city from that point forward. However, that would, and it's actually not, 3,400 was the count in 2012. The most recent count from statistics I saw on the Department of Corrections website today is actually about 2,300 people. If we were to remove those 2,300 people today, there would be nowhere else where they could be assigned. In other words, they would be left without any representation at all in the process. Whereas the actual goal of what, from my understanding and what I've read from the Prison Policy Initiative, is to not count the incarcerated felons at all, but to count them at their last known residence. We cannot do that as a city. We don't have authority to demand that information, for example, from the Department of Corrections, the last known address for all of the felons. And even if the Department of Corrections wanted to cooperate and provide us with that information on some sort of anonymized or confidential basis, we then would not have the authority as a city to tell the other 38 cities and towns, hey, we're not going to count these human beings. It's up to you now to incorporate them into your districts to ensure that they are counted as part of Rhode Island's overall population for reapportionment. But that, again, is not fatal, I think, to the cause. It's not fatal to the idea of ending what's called prison gerrymandering. There's actually a state law or a bill in the state law, House Bill 5285, and there's a Senate companion, Senate 418. Those two bills would accomplish exactly what Councilmember Donegan's amendment seeks to do, and it would do so in a manner that not only does so fairly across the state, and that would apply to all 39 cities and towns, including Cranston, including for this actual redistricting cycle, if it were to be amended to allow for that. But what I think the key facet of this bill does is it does what this amendment does not, which is to put into place an actual policy and procedure in order to effectuate it, to make it workable. And I've read the legislation many times. It's actually been introduced for the last couple of years now. And it just recently did have at least one hearing. I think it was actually heard in the House and Senate. So it is pending legislation that could come out of committee like so many other bills do at the end of the session. What this bill would do, and this bill, I believe, is also supported by the ACLU and the Prison Policy Initiative. What this bill would do would we create a procedure and a mandate under state law that would direct the Department of Corrections to provide that anonymized data of the last known address for incarcerated felons at the ACI on Census Day, April 1st, 2020, and provide that data to the Secretary of State, who then would have the powers of the Secretary of State and the resources and the mechanism in place to disperse that data to the 39 cities and towns, who would then be obligated by law. This would supersede the charter, of course, and Cranston would be a state law at that point, would be obligated by law to adjust the population and reinforcement data for all 39 cities and towns based on that information. I mean, to me, that bill is a solution to this issue. And it is a bill that is currently pending before the Rhode Island General Assembly. However, to do so in-house in Cranston, as I mentioned, would be problematic. And I think the first problem is it could be in violation, and maybe, most likely, in my opinion, is in violation of the city charter, which does not grant the city of Cranston that discretion presently. So again, there's several avenues here the council could pursue, from the Census Bureau on down to the charter to the lobbying the General Assembly. There are no Cranston representatives or senators that are co-sponsors of either bill. That could certainly change if the members of the council, the members of the community, lobby the members of the General Assembly to do so. But to me, I just wanted to express that to the council, my view on this after researching the issue, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the members of the council may have.
Thank you, Director Lima. Before we go on to any council member communications, I just want to see if there's any opinion from legal, from either Solicitor Angel or Solicitor Videcchia on anything.
Yeah, I would, in looking at the law on this and talking with Mr. Lima, I concur. It's you have a charter obstacle, but the broader problem is the political solution rests at the state level, and that solution is being considered in the form of two bills that need to be reconciled. So it is problematic for this council to do anything other than react and respond to a charter amendment that would allow you to do something different with the census data. And even if you did, Cranston does not have any legal right to tell other cities and towns what to do and how to count their constituents. So I concur with Director Lima's testimony without getting too deeply into the legal analysis. I believe he's correct.
Thank you, Solicitor Angel. Solicitor Videcchia, did you have anything to weigh in on that as well? I don't know. don't think he is. All right, going back to council members, thank you to Solicitor Angel and Dr. Lima. Council Vice President Brady, I see your hand up. On the amendment only.
Thank you, Council President. I appreciate that, Mr. Angel, because that was, and Mr. Lima, that was some good testimony, because I was listening, and there's been a lot of compelling points tonight brought up by my respected colleagues and by many passionate people that came to speak on the call. In past councils, I would also like to hear opinions from the legal experts that sat beside me, on the council. So, if Matt, does that sound like sound rationale? Jess, does that sound like sound rationale as legal experts? Also, I just would love your opinion as fellow councilors too.
Thank you, Council Vice President Brady. Councilmember Riley, see your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was also part of the Charter Review Commission this past time, and this issue was brought up. As Mr. Frias had mentioned, it was defeated on an 8-3 count, so therefore there wasn't an amendment that went to the council to then go out to the voters. And the city charter is our controlling document. So we all, when we took our oaths, we swore to uphold that charter. So if we want to change it, there are absolutely avenues to do so, and there was some very compelling testimony. But I think this is the wrong avenue to do so, because we don't have the authority as a body to even change it. So I think we would have to explore some of the other options if this was something that was going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Riley. Any other council members have discussion on the amendment? Councilmember Donegan?
Thank you, Council President. I respect the opinion of Director Lima, of course, and of Attorney Angel. I'm not going to be withdrawing the motion. And additionally, I'm just going to be forward. I think it's disingenuous, not on behalf of the attorney or Director Lima, but for anyone that served on the Charter Commission to sit here tonight and say the Charter Commission is the right place to do it, if when you were on the Charter Commission, you voted against making this change. You can't have it both ways.
Thank you, Councilmember Donegan. Councilmember Riley.
Yes, so clearly that was directed at me. I'm the only person here who was on the Charter Commission. And yes, I did vote against it. The act of gerrymandering is a specific act. And if you act in a way to benefit yourself politically, that is gerrymandering. This prison was here long before Ward 6 was created. So the only way to act in a manner that you would be gerrymandering is to do something about that. It was here before. So what we're trying to do here is in fact gerrymandering. So I'm not going to go down into the weeds. I just wanted to say that at the time of the Charter Commission, I listened, I read every policy paper that came through, as I did this time around as well. And I was not in favor of it, along with eight out of the other members of the Charter Review Commission. Just because I'm against something did not, in fact, doesn't divest that body with the authority to act in that manner. And unfortunately, this council does not have the authority to do that. We could get ourselves in legal trouble, and put the city into a lawsuit. So there are avenues to do that, as was just outlined, and we would have to do one of those.
Thank you, Councilmember Riley. Any other discussion on the amendment? Councilmember Ferry?
Yes, based on the testimony from Steve Frias and also listening to Director Lima, I think that if there are obstacles in front of us like that, I would be opposed to amending the resolution at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ferry. Any other discussion? There being none.
Chris, sorry.
Member Marino.
Yep, thank
Sorry,
you.
there's a lot of people on my screen.
I know, no, I'm not faulting you. Thank you. I applaud the efforts of Councilman Donegan And I am disappointed that at the stage of the Charter Review Commission that they didn't take action then. I think it's important this evening for going forward, just make it abundantly clear a couple of things to set the record straight. The concept that we're going to lose funding is a myth. Our funding is not based on this. We're not going to gain funding. We're not going to lose funding. Councilman Donegan pointed out that we receive funds from the state for the fire, the rescue, those services that are given to the ACI. With respect to, there's been a lot of discussion over the First Circuit appeal case. It needs to be crystal clear. The court in the First Circuit said that this council, the council, and they use that word, the city councilors, have the ability to change this. So it's not that it can't be done. It's not that it's illegal. It's not that if we did it, it's going to be found to be unconstitutional. It is constitutional to in fact change it so that the ACI population is not included in Ward 6. So we can in fact do it. And in fact, Director Lima from Canvassing had mentioned that as well. So I think that's very important going forward, that we don't rehash the myths in the steps forward. Let's hope the General Assembly makes the change, and then maybe we can have a different discussion. I am giving a little pause to the wording of inhabitants using the charter. However, show me where it's defined. Who defined inhabitants? It's not defined. So, there is a little leeway there as well. It just depends on how much risk we want to take. And that's, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other discussion on the amendment? Council Vice President Brady.
Thank you, Council President. Again, I want to say that the testimony that we heard tonight from many was very compelling, and simply on that, it makes it very difficult to make this this vote. I would love to hear more legal advice. I certainly appreciate the advice from Mr. Angel and the powerful testimony from Mr. Lima tonight. If in fact I was just going off of that legal advice, as I have in the past, being a self-insured city, purely based on that, I would take their advice. But at the same time, this is something that I would look to the voters to, if that's the right way to go about it, which it seems like it is, to really look at. And I don't know if I would have voted that way in the Charter Review Commission, because I do think it's an important topic for us to continue to conversate about, and will obviously affect future generations. So I appreciate the discussion. I appreciate the conversation, and yeah, that's all I have at this moment.
Councilmember Vargas, and then Councilmember Jermaine.
Yes, thank you. I support, this amendment all the way, while at the same time also taking the legal advice of our legal counsel, and making sure that we are not stepping outside of the lines and placing ourselves in some sort of a legal situation. I think the letter that the ACLU had emailed us by one of the cooperating attorneys, and I'll kind of maybe paraphrase or quote here, was that it's time to redraw the wards fairly and equally in size and not include the population of the ACI to artificially inflate the size of a single ward. And so I couldn't have said that better. And the fact that this issue came before the city charter, and there was 3 members of the charter who voted to remove this population in terms of having the inmates vote as Ward 6 members, we should really leave that then up to the people. The city charter should have let the people decide. and not make this, if we don't want to make this about politics, then we should have let the people decide, and then the city charter should have allowed this to move forward with the vote and make it on the ballot and have it allowed to be on the ballot that just went by this past election season. As our registrar Lima just mentioned, right? There is a bill right now in the General Assembly. And I'm hoping that if, this is something that it's not then going to be able to be moved forward, the Councilman Donegan, or anyone in the council for that matter, any one of us, is able to then introduce a resolution in support of that bill on the state level, and continue to have that food for thought for those who are still somewhat undecided. I know I would support that, a resolution to remove the inmates from voting in the Ward 6 district. And if that doesn't work out and at the state level, it doesn't pass, I think that was the other avenue that was presented before us, was to introduce, I believe, some sort of a ordinance perhaps, where we can then request it to be then added onto the ballot come next year. But it keeps, we need to make sure that we understand what this is doing, and people that are inmates that are in Ward 6 or that are at the ACI are being counted as a vote as living in Ward 6. And I think there was someone who mentioned it today, or maybe it was through an email, their inmates are obviously at the ACI Cranston grounds. And so they're able to vote in Cranston. And yes, we're providing services to them, but to an extent though, where they're not having their kids go to the school here if they wanted to, but they can vote here in Cranston, but they wouldn't be allowed to have their kids come to school here, but but they have a say in Cranston as inmates. They should have a say in the towns that they were, that when they were at time of arrest, that's the address that they were arrested at, and that's the city or town that they should be, eligible to vote if they are voters, in fact. So, I would support this this amendment, but at the same time, I'm also making sure that I'm also walking on eggshells here, because I want to make sure that at the same time I am taking legal advice from our city solicitor. And so I hope that if this doesn't move forward, that if a resolution comes before us again in support of a House bill, that everyone would continue to consider it and vote for it, because it's just not right to have everyone at the ACA grounds voting in the Ward 6 to be counted as a voter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Vargas. Any other discussion on the amendment? Councilmember Jermaine, sorry about that.
Thank you, Council President. First of all, I want to thank Council Donegan for this work on this amendment. We have a dilemma. Myself, I have a dilemma. I do not want to go against the solicitor advice on that matter. And at the same time, I think we have to be brave, because when we want to do things that is right, he requires courage and to be the first, right? And we all brag about our Cranston being, the city, the top city in Rhode Island, right? Or one of the top city in the nation. So that means we do things right? So when it comes to diversity, inclusion, equality, equity, right? Stop gerrymandering. We will continue to be brave. That's my hope. So we continue to be at the top when it comes to human dignity, when it comes to respect each other, when it comes to equality. So that's where I see we need to be brave. So meaning I support this amendment, and we as a body, because I believe if including the inmates as a voter do not benefit one side or another side, you don't do that. We don't do it because it benefits one side. We agree, we have a common ground. So we agree that it has to be removed. So now as a body, what we will do together to make sure we be the first, okay, we set the example. As the court case mentioned, we have the power to do that. And we can be the first to say this is wrong, and the rest can follow us, right? We can keep continuing to stay the top. So let's be brave. Okay, let's take our courage to continue our good work as to be the top city in every aspect. That's what I want, or I hope that we all can do that. So I support this amendment, and I'm looking forward to any alternative, okay, to make sure we do not be in non-compliance with the charter. So if do we have the power, do we have the power to address the charter rules? And I think since when we have a review of the charter, the city charter. So those are questions we need to think about. So we have leverage to do the right thing. So let's be brave.
Thank you, Councilmember Jermaine. Any other questions or comments on the Councilmember Renzulli?
I just have a question for legal, for Solicitor Angel or Videcchia, whoever's on. If this were to be voted through tonight, what would happen legally? Would it be void because of the charter? Would it be valid and, it opens us up to some kind of a lawsuit? I'm just trying to understand, if it goes against the charter, what happens if we vote for it anyway?
I won't say that it opens you up to a lawsuit immediately, but it certainly does create a conundrum that would require a more in-depth legal answer to be provided to this group. That certainly is not something I'd be willing to discuss in public as to whether or not it would expose the city in any way.
Attorney Videcchia, do you have anything for me on this question?
Attorney Videcchia. Oh, he can hear. Okay, good. He was having
Can you hear me now?
problems. I can hear you,
Yeah.
Attorney Videcchia.
Okay. I think Attorney Angel covered it very well. The question would be, does it open up potential litigation? Sure, it does. Is exactly what the issues would be and what the responses would be and what the defenses would be. Again, that's just not something we can discuss publicly. It's something that we could discuss in executive session. So I agree with him that this is not something we should really discuss publicly at this point. But to answer your question, if this were to pass, I think it does open the door to potential litigation. No question about it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Renzulli. Any other comments on the amendment? And then I'm going to say my last words and we can vote. Councilmember Donegan.
Thank you, Council President. I appreciate everyone's thought and the discussion on this tonight. Obviously, I'm going to be voting yes on the amendment. If it does fail, I will, over the weekend, I'll write a resolution in support of the state legislation, as well as work with legal counsel to draft a charter amendment to bring this issue to the city council to make a charter amendment.
Thank you, Councilmember Donegan. Any other comments from any other council members? Just want to echo Councilmember Brady's statements. I feel the exact same way he does. I can't vote for this tonight for the reason of the charter. We take an oath to to follow the rules of the charter. That's Cranston's constitution. So for those reasons, I will be voting against the amendment, but I certainly look forward to the work my colleagues are going to continue to do on this for the future. That being said, clerk, please take the roll on the amendment.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
No.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
No.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
No.
Council Vice President Brady,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
No. Now we need to vote on the original resolution. Any discussion on that? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Excuse
No.
me, Mr. Chairman, is there a motion pending on the original resolution?
We did have a motion to approve.
Okay.
Yes. Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
No.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
No.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
No.
Councilman Donegan,
No.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Brady,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. So I'd like to do 2 more items out of order and then take a 5-minute break because I know Ron's been typing for almost 3 hours being our stenographer. So I would like, if there's no objection, to take the RIPTA update on COVID. Mr. Vincent is here and he was at the Safety Services meeting and we had some technical difficulties and he sat through 2 meetings now and I apologize. So if we can let Mr. Vincent in.
Is he still on with us?
He was on a few minutes ago. I did see him.
Mr. President, for the benefit of the public, can you just clarify what page of the agenda the public should be looking at?
Sure. If Mr. Vincent is here and we can do, I'd like to do the RIPTA COVID presentation on page 6.
Mr. President,
Mr. Vincent, how are you, sir?
yes, I'm here.
I apologize. You were on the Safety Services meeting and we couldn't hear you or something, and you're here again, and welcome.
Things happen.
Well,
We're all
thank you very
family.
much, sir.
We're all family here.
Well,
This is going to be brief because this evening is going kind of long. So I would just give you the abbreviated version of what I was going to do and say that, about a year ago at this time when the pandemic started, our ridership was at 58,000 passengers per day. 58,000 per day. Within a month, 2 months, it went down to 15,000 per day, okay, because of the pandemic. Now, one thing that the Department of Health did was mandate that we would have some capacity limitations. Only 15 people could ride a bus. Also, RIPTA policy mandated that everybody riding a bus has to have a mask. So I know recently there's been a federal mandate, but we've had this mandate in-house for about a year now. And drivers were providing masks for passengers that didn't have a mask. So we asked people when they boarded a bus to have the mask on and keep it on until they leave. So the reason why we did not have any service interruptions or have any routes that were terminated because of this decline in ridership is because of the federal funding. Federal funding was able to come in so that we did not miss a beat. We were able to do service as we always had, as well as not eliminate any routes. Just because it begs the question, our fares are only about 1/3 of our revenue. So it wasn't the kind of hit that one would think when you just kind of hear that kind of number in decline of passengers. The 2 things I'd like to outline is that one of the things that we really was supportive of is Meals on Wheels. It's ironic you talked about Meals on Wheels. We were able to really support those programs throughout and including to this day. Our drivers, because of the different situation that we had because of the pandemic, were able to be freed up, some of them to be drivers in terms of Meals on Wheels. So we're really proud of that. The other thing is that when the president said that the COVID N95 masks were going to be made in Honeywell and Smithfield, that necessitated some service to be provided to that facility. So we're able to do that and make sure that people that were working there or people that wanted to get masks there we're able to do that. So we are very proud of the fact that we were able to kind of assist in that, making sure that that flow was uninterrupted. We have two different kinds of services. Most people know we have the big bus or the fixed route, so there was capacity of 15. Also the capacity of the paratransit fleet, people with disabilities. There was also capacity issues, but we also did not miss a beat in terms of making sure that people could get through their hospital appointments, school or groceries or whatever. And so I'm going to leave it there because of it's almost 10 o'clock. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. And for those questions that I cannot answer, I'll be glad to get back to the person that asked the question with our communication director, Robert Polichetti.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Vincent. Any questions from council members? Or
Just want to
comments?
say thank you so much, Mr. Vincent, again, for your patience and providing us with that information on behalf of RIPTA.
I'd like to thank Councilwoman Vargas for inviting me. I apologize for not making that note in the beginning. It was Councilwoman
Oh,
Vargas.
no. It's on behalf of all of us. Thank you.
Okay, well, I thank each and every one of you for listening. I am the community outreach officer at RIPTA. So anytime you want to talk to RIPTA and you need some assistance, please reach out to me directly and I will help you navigate that quasi-public organization.
Thank you, Mr. Vincent. I think we have a question from Council Vice President Brady.
Thank you, Council President. It wasn't really a question. It was just, I wanted to echo what Councilwoman Vargas had said. Mr. Vincent, your name is very well known throughout the Rhode Island community and the work that you're doing at RIPTA. So many people throughout the community have so many great things to say about you. So thank you for taking your time tonight and coming and speaking on behalf of us. We truly appreciate the time.
You're very kind, Councilman Brady. I really appreciate that. And I appreciate the work that each and every one of you guys and gals do for the city of Cranston. I'm a Cranston homeowner, been here 21 years. So I do notice the hard work that each and every one of you do for our city. And I appreciate each and every one of you. I want to thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from Mr. Vincent? There being none, sir, I just want to thank you again for your time. I apologize it went so late and, you've been to a couple of our meetings now. And I also want to thank Councilmember Vargas for just getting you on the docket, sending you our way and giving us that great update. It means a lot.
Appreciate the opportunity. Like I said, we're all family here.
Thank you very much, sir. Be well. Enjoy. Thank you. Enjoy your night. Okay. Thank you very much. I'd like to take one more item out of order before we take a break. I'd like to do the advice and consent of Fire Chief Warren. I'm just trying to find the page that's on for anybody following at home or council members.
On page 6, Mr. President.
Page 6. Yep. Is there any objection to hearing the advice and consent of Acting Chief Warren? I hear he gets up very early in the morning and we're way past his bedtime. There being none, I'll turn the meeting over to Director of Moretti for introduction of.
Yes, Council President, thank you so much. With the advice and consent of the council, I think the city is going to be served very proudly by Chief Warren. Mayor Hopkins had the privilege of working with him, taking office. And soon after, Chief McIntosh retired within 2 weeks after. He's worked closely with Jim Warren, who I think by now everyone's got to know him as such an honorable, humble, capable individual, caring, cares about diversity, cares about everyone in the city, cares about his firefighters. I think his attributes were well displayed during the vaccination program when I was established, working with Director Craddock and Chief Casey. This man is a true solid individual. I think I was quite confident, and Mayor Hopkins is quite confident he's not going to let anyone down. He's too good of a person for that. So we ask his advice and consent from the City Council this evening. And as I sent out an email, the council members are welcome to attend in person tomorrow, a formal swearing-in ceremony of Chief Warren at 2:30 in the chambers.
Thank you, Director Moretti. I'll entertain a motion for the advice and consent of Chief Warren.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve. And we have a second. Under discussion, Council Vice President Brady.
Thank you, Council President. We had a great discussion on his plan for the city and how we're going to move forward. I also want to publicly thank him and Director Moretti for the work that they did. There's a small business on Oakland Ave where a car drove through them, tragically and unintentionally in the middle of a pandemic and literally destroyed their entire building. And, I know the chief was there bright and early this morning, and the problem seems to be resolved, and hopefully they'll be opening in the coming months. So I appreciate the diligence and the quick work by both the administration and the chief. And I just want to say, I'm looking forward to working with him moving forward.
Thank you, council member. Any other questions or comments from the council? There being none, clerk, please.
Mr. President,
Whoop,
this is Bob Strom.
Director Strom.
Yeah, I just wanted to be noted that the advice and consent is listed on the Finance Committee on page 4 of 8. If you notice, it's after tax interest approvals. That's where it's listed as advice and consent, just for your own edification for the public.
Thank you. I think it's listed
On page 6, Mr. President, it's requesting to be continued for 1 year in service. That's what you're looking at right now.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you very much, Director Strom. So yeah, the advice then is actually under the Finance Committee. Good catch, Director Strom, on page 4. Any other discussion on Chief Warren? There being none. Oh, Councilmember Renzulli.
Hi, just quickly, I just want to say, that previously in committee, we did have great discussion with Chief Warren, and he did make a commitment to diversity in hiring and following a similar plan as the police have done. And I appreciate that. And I can say also volunteering at the senior center for the vaccine distribution has been seamless, and there were countless compliments on how that is going, and a lot of that has to do with the work of Chief Warren. So I say thank you and best of luck.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine, Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Brady,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, thank you. Solicitor Angel, I'd like to take a 5-minute break, but stay on Zoom. We've been sitting here for 3 hours and
In a
Ron,
motion to take a break, Mr. President, and I'd instruct at least one of the clerks to stay on the call so that the line remains open. The Zoom link will not be broken, and they can inform any public attendees who arrive and would like to know what's happening.
Okay.
That would be adequate to satisfy state law.
I'll entertain a motion to take a 5-minute break, say we return at 10:02.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Brady,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, thank you, everybody. See you at 10:02. Welcome back, everyone. Solicitor Angel, do I need to take a vote to come
Nope.
out? of-
You do not.
Okay. Ron, are you good? You're good? Madam Clerk, you good for me to restart? All right, we will resume the meeting at 10:03. Thank you, everybody. We are on to reports of committees on page 3. Finance Committee, Council Vice President, Edward J. Brady.
Thank you, Council President. Logistically, I just wanted to ask you a question. We did, vote for these as a block in committee. Solicitor Angel, are we able to vote for these resolutions as a block also here? Or would you like me to read?
Not for the finance ones.
Okay.
Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, sir. The first one up is resolution loan order authorizing the city of Cranston to issue not to exceed $147 million. General obligation bonds, notes, and other evidence of indebtedness to finance and construction, renovation, improvements, alteration, repair, landscaping, furnishing, and equipment of schools and school facilities throughout the city, subject to approval of state housing aid at a reimbursement rate or state share ratio of not less than 50% of the time of insurance, and provided that the authorization shall be reduced by the amount of certain grants received from state bond proceeds from the Rhode Island Department of Education or from the Rhode Island School Building Authority. This was sponsored by Council Vice President Brady and myself. This passed in committee unanimously, and I urge passage here tonight.
Thank you, Council Vice President. I will entertain a motion on the first resolution here. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve and a second under discussion. There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Brady,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes.
Next up, we have a resolution, loan order authorizing the city of Cranston to issue not to exceed $2 million general obligation bonds, notes, and other evidences of indebtedness to finance the acquisition, improvement, renovation, and repair of fire and public safety equipment by the issuance of not more than $2 million general obligation bonds and notes therefore, sponsored by myself. This passed unanimously in committee, and I urge passage here tonight.
Thank you, Councilman. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second under discussion. There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Brady,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes.
Next up, we have a resolution loan order authorizing the city of Cranston to finance the construction, improvement, renovation, repair, alteration, furnishing, and equipping of public buildings in the city by the issuance of not more than $1 million general obligation bonds and notes therefore, sponsored by myself. This passed in committee unanimously. I urge passage here again tonight.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve and second. Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Brady,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes.
Next up, we have a resolution loan order authorizing the city of Cranston to finance the acquisition, construction, improvement, renovation, repair, and alteration of playgrounds, athletic fields, and related equipment in the city by the issuance of not more than $2 million general obligation bonds and notes therefore, sponsored by myself. This passed in committee unanimously, and I urge passage here tonight.
Thank you, Chair. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
yes,
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Brady,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes.
Next up, we have a resolution, loan order authorizing the city of Cranston to finance the design, construction, repair, rehabilitation, improvement of streets, sidewalks, bridges in the city, including but not limited to paving, drainage, traffic control devices, road maintenance equipment, safety improvements, and landscaping, and all the costs incidental or related thereto by the issuance of not more than $10 million general obligation bonds and notes therefore, sponsored by myself. This passed unanimously in committee, and I urge passage here tonight.
Thank you, Councilman. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
yes,
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Brady,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes.
Next up, we have resolution loan order authorizing the city of Cranston to finance the acquisition, equipping, and installation of renewable energy and energy conservation improvements that reduce energy costs and or use of fossil fuels in public buildings and facilities in the city, and all attendant expenses, including but not limited to engineering costs by issuance of not more than $5 million general obligation bonds and notes therefore, sponsored by myself. This passed in committee unanimously, and I urge passage here tonight.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
yes,
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Brady,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes.
Next up, we have resolution authorizing real estate tax abatements. This passed in committee, I believe unanimously. I urge passage here tonight.
I'll entertain a motion to approve the real estate tax abatements.
motion to approve,
Second.
Motion and a second under discussion. There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
yes,
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Brady,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes.
Next up, we have a resolution authorizing motor vehicle tax amendments. I believe this passed unanimously in committee, and I urge passage here tonight.
Mr. Chairman, that's tax abatements, not amendments, I believe.
I apologize, abatements. Thank you, sir.
I'll entertain a motion to approve the resolution authorizing the motor vehicle tax abatements.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
yes,
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Brady,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes.
Last up, we have tax interest waiver approvals, which I believe passed unanimously in committee. I urge passage here tonight.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve the tax interest waiver approvals.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
yes,
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Brady,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes.
And the last item on our agenda, which we've already voted on out of order, was the advice and consent of the mayoral appointment of James Warren as fire chief, Cranston Fire Department. That is all that we have for today, Council President.
Thank you very much, Vice President Brady. Moving on to the Claims Committee, Minority Leader John Donegan.
Thank you, Council President. The information on the docket this evening is here for informational purposes.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to the next report of committee, we have the Ordinance Committee. Councilman Matthew Riley.
Thank you, Council President. The first ordinance on the docket, 12105, was continued at the committee level, and it will be heard next month. So no action needs to be taken on that. The second ordinance, 22102, entitled Administration and Personnel Juvenile Hearing Board, sponsored by Councilwoman Marino, did pass in committee, and I urge passage at the full council.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second under discussion. There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Brady,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes.
The next item is ordinance 12101. This ordinance was withdrawn from consideration and was not voted on. So we will pass on that. The next ordinance is 12102, entitled Administration and Personnel Municipal Court, which was sponsored by Council President Paplaskas and myself. It passed in the Ordinance Committee, and I urge passage tonight.
Motion to approve.
Second for discussion.
We have a motion and a second under discussion.
Before discussion, Mr. President, could the clerk let Mr. Verdecchia back into the meeting? He's the phone number in attendance.
Aye.
Thank you.
Welcome back, Attorney Verdecchio. All right, for discussion. Any council members? Council Member Marino.
Yes, I am not in support of this ordinance as proposed with its amendments for the reason that, I'll cut right to the chase. We already are the only city that has as many judges as we do. I think it sends the wrong message to add even more. Warwick has 3, 2 municipal and 1 probate. Providence has 6 on the municipal level, 3 housing, 3 traffic court, 1 probate. We already have 8. I understand the backlog issue at probate court. I'm sympathetic to that plight. As a compromise, I would be agreeable to, and I think it's responsible of us to leave our ordinance such that we have 1 chief, 1 senior associate, the 4 associates, and only add an auxiliary judge to the one that we have as a compromise. So I could see having a second. But I cannot support the 5. If there is a problem with scheduling, of handling the load, then that needs to be addressed for efficiency reasons. And you know, that's the best path forward. I just think it's really irresponsible for us to have that type of a heavy load of municipal court judges.
Thank you, Councilmember Marino. Any other discussion? Councilmember Donegan.
Thank you, Council President. Councilwoman Marino, do you want to make a formal motion?
Motion to amend. I'd make a motion to amend so that on line 25, it would remain as in section 1A, the court shall be composed of 1 chief judge, 1 senior associate judge, and 4 associate judges. That would be my proposed amendment.
Second,
That's a form of a motion, and there's a second to the clerk. Did you get that motion? Trying to make sure you have it before we discuss it.
I believe so. As opposed to the amendment for associate judges, but none to the auxiliary judges. That will remain as two.
I can barely hear you, Leanne. So just to be clear, the only change is on line 25, keeping it at 4.
Okay.
That's it.
All right, so we have a change to keep the municipal court at 4, but associate judge which handles probate would remain at the 2. We have a second under discussion on the amendment.
Yeah, do we have the judge on the line at all?
I do not
chief
believe so.
judge? Okay.
I do not believe so.
Through the chair,
Yes.
Council President, I second Lamas's question. I actually just looked to see if Chief Judge Smith was on. He had spoken at the committee level, explaining his need for an additional judge, and it was at his request that we did put this in. So it's unfortunate he wasn't able to be here tonight, but he did give some compelling reasons as to why he did need the additional judge. So I just wanted to make that known.
Any other discussion? If not, we'll vote on the amendment.
Yeah, through the,
Councilmember Vargas and Councilmember Jermaine.
I just spoke. I'll let
Yes,
Councilwoman
Councilmember Jermaine.
Jermaine, and then, yes, thank you.
I will be brief. It's for me, at last meeting, I didn't have a clear answer on what I know there is the need, but how for an additional judges, like to make it 5, 6. So, and I do believe if a judge is taking the job, so if you do not have the time to do the job, you have the decency to say, I'm sorry, I cannot do it based on my prior full-time job, so it's a part-time job. So I don't believe we can waste money or have additional part-time job, and then we have 6, 7 judges part-time and struggling to make a schedule. That's what I understand from last meeting. So that's why I'm not in support of this resolution the way it is, and I'm in support for the amendment to have 2 auxiliary, but to keep the same amount of judges. See, if a judge cannot do it, just be honest, say, I cannot do it, and then give the opportunity to another person to do it. So, but additional, just that for me is not wise. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Vargas.
Thank you, Council President. So when this came before us, I supported the way it is. I'm actually, with this motion coming before us, I'll entertain that as well, going from leaving it to 5 to 4 and the auxiliary judge to 2 auxiliaries. Yeah, and so I support the motion by Councilwoman Marino.
Thank you, Councilmember Vargas. Any other discussion on the amendment? There being none, clerk, please take the roll on the amendment.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
No.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
No.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
No.
Councilman Vice President Brady,
No.
Council President Paplaskas.
No. Okay, now on the ordinance, any discussion? There.
Through the chair.
Councilmember Vargas.
Thank you. So the motion failed on the going from 5 to bringing it back to 4. I'm going to support this as it is then now. But in about 6 months or so, I just want to make sure that as a council, we do have we have been asked, or we can actually request the chief judge or someone from municipal judge to come before us and give us an update as far as the backlog and where we are. So I'll be voting for this as the way it is before us, but with the understanding that we can request respectfully for the chief judge or anyone on their end to provide us with an update as well.
Absolutely. Any other discussion, Councilman Brady?
Echoing what Councilwoman Vargas said, which I thought was very articulate. I would request the same. Obviously, this is a request of our chief judge, and we all have probably gotten the same complaints on how backlogged courts are statewide. And, obviously the judges, as we all know, aren't paid a lot, just like us here as public servants. We have 9 representatives. I certainly understand other communities have less and they might have less counselors, but we're trying to get caught up and obviously do the best job for the city. So I will be in support of this tonight.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilmember Renzulli.
I'd also like to note, and I'm looking down because I'm reading Chief Judge Smith's letter originally that does say he anticipates the cost for an additional associate judge will be accounted for, at least in part, by increased revenue generated by the court. So also to what Councilwoman Vargas suggested, I'd like to just know in that 6 months if that actually came to fruition, and know that this is being covered when we do see if the backlog is taken care of. And if it is, then, and they need it, then I think it's fair.
Thank you, Council.
And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Yeah, through the chair.
Yes.
So Council President, are we able to determine today and actually set a date and have the chief judge come before us 6 months from now already? Or is that something that I would have to move forward and request that in an email over to the clerk? And I'm also asking that because when the chief judge did come and speak before us, I believe that was a meeting that was not officially, did not happen. So I'm not sure how that works because Chief Judge Smith actually came and spoke before us.
Mr. President, as a point of order, the ordinance is before the council tonight, not a review of the court's functions.
Okay.
Months.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Just, I have no problem with that in 6 months. We'll just set it for probably the Finance Committee in September.
Thank you.
Right. Any other discussion on Councilmember Jermaine?
Yeah, as I mentioned, I am not convinced about the need really, because I think it's mostly a matter of trying to have schedule time for the actual judges. So I think because they do not have time, that's why we need to add one. So that's why I will not be in support of this.
Thank you, Councilmember Jermaine. Any other discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
So motion pending to approve, Mr. President?
Yes, I believe there is a motion and that was seconded.
Councilwoman Marino,
No.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
No.
Councilman Donegan,
No.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Brady,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes.
Right. The next ordinance that came out of committee was 12103, which was entitled the Small Business Advisory Committee, sponsored by Council President Paplaskas, Council Vice President Brady, and Councilwoman Renzulli. Also states co-sponsored by Councilman Ferry, Riley, Councilwoman Jermaine, and Vargas. And it passed out of committee, and I urge passage tonight.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion, and do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? There being, Councilmember Brady.
Very brief. I know we have a long meeting, but for those following along at home, I just wanted to, basically say that the city of Cranston here, our council, our administration, this committee that we're forming is basically to get back out there on the streets and continue our advocacy for our small business community to make sure that we're doing all within our rights and within our power to, make sure that these businesses survive through this pandemic and do the best that they can to get through it. So can't speak for the mayor's office, but a lot of recommendations have already been brought forth. And as we establish this committee and move forward, we'd like to seek additional recommendations from people throughout the community, business owners directly, on what additional ways we can improve as a city to make sure that we are doing the best possible advocacy and work that we can to make sure that we're small business friendly throughout the city of Cranston.
Thank you, Councilmember Brady. Councilmember Ferry.
Yes, I just have a quick question. Who will be handling the duties of the Small Business Advisory Committee? Who's going to be responsible for it?
I have to go back and look at the ordinance. I think the Economic Development Director is the chair, if I'm not mistaken. We looked at this 2 months ago and then we had to redo the meeting.
That's accurate.
It's accurate?
Yes.
For the chair of Economic Development.
Councilman Ferry, I was planning on sitting in on those meetings too. I mean, I'm sure that any of us can sit in on the meetings with whoever we appoint.
Well, we're all going to be appointing someone. Are we all going to be notified as to when this is going to start actually happening? That's my question.
I would like it to start this month. I certainly already have reached out to the person I will be appointing in my ward. Now, pending it passes tonight, I would expect the rest of this council to do the same and get started as quickly as we can. I mean, this advocacy obviously is already being done by all of us, so a formal council will just help formalize the process.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I suggest getting your appointments in for the next council meeting, so they'll be listed, just like we're doing for the Traffic Safety Commission now. But I would like this committee to start as soon as possible. And obviously that'll be advertised on the city website, just like any other board or committee. So we can attend them if we'd like. Any other questions or comments? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Hold on. Yes, sorry, I was muted, sorry.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Brady,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes.
All right, next on the docket is ordinance 12104 entitled Administration and Personnel Pandemic Advisory Task Force, sponsored by Council President Paplaskas, Council Vice President Brady, and Councilwoman Marino. It has passed out of committee and I urge passage tonight.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second under discussion. Councilmember Marino.
Yes. I would like to make a motion to amend with line 83 so that the meetings are held not at least monthly, but as frequently as circumstances require.
Second.
Okay, do we have a line where we can insert that?
Line 83.
Line 83, okay. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
It says that already, doesn't it?
No, it says at least monthly.
And it says more frequently as circumstances may dictate. I'm just looking at it.
Right, so we're removing, the motion to amend is to remove the at least monthly so that they can just meet as frequently as so desires. Because let's say the pandemic is not as demanding and there's a huge
so
improvement. Why should
less
they
time.
meet once a month? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, any other discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll on the amendment.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Brady,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Now we need Solicitor Angels, we need a new motion to
No,
approve.
you have a pending motion and a second on the ordinance itself. You can just take the vote.
Now a discussion on the ordinance as amended. Any discussion? There being none, I'll just say that the way this was written, it was the pandemic task force. There wasn't anything we had in the code. I'm sure, obviously, COVID-19 isn't the first pandemic, and I'm sure there'll be some other type of pandemic in the future. So it's good to have something on the books. That's all I got. Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council President Brady,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes.
And lastly was ordinance 12106 entitled recycling, and that was withdrawn from consideration. So that is not coming forward tonight. And then the last piece of the docket here was already moved up. So we've already dealt with that. So that is all from the ordinance committee this month.
Chairman Riley, thank you very much. Moving on to public comment for undocketed items. Is there anybody here from the public that would like to speak on any undocketed matters? There being none, that portion of the meeting is now closed. Election and or appointment of city officials. We have Traffic Safety Committee, Frank Ritz, sponsored by Councilman Riley. We have Joe Graziano, sponsored by Councilwoman Jermaine. Michael Costello, sponsored by Councilman Ferry. And Lindsay Michelle Correa, sponsored by Councilwoman Vargas. These are all informational. No votes need to be taken. Next on the docket, we had the Juvenile Hearing Board, but that was withdrawn at the beginning of the meeting. Moving on to report of city officers. We don't have any. Executive communications. We have the legal expense analysis. Are there any questions for the executive on the legal expenses? Councilmember Donegan.
Thank you, Council President. I know there are certain restrictions on what can be said publicly, but is there, can I ask, what is the status of the traffic safety litigation case? Where is it currently?
That can't be talked about.
I'm sorry,
Councilman.
Solicitor Angel and Solicitor Malay, you guys both spoke at the same time.
Go ahead, Stephen. Go right ahead.
I just said, Chris, that can't be talked about. Status would have to be discussed in executive session.
Okay. Councilmember Donegan, do you mind if I call an executive session so we can get an update on that? Do you request one?
With the budget coming up, yeah, we can talk offline about it.
Okay, all right. So we'll just probably have one pending at some point.
Yeah.
Any other questions on the legal expense analysis?
If I can for just a minute,
Yes.
Mr. President, just so folks are clear. This report is provided to the council as if it were a report of any vendor of the city. This is outside counsel. It is a summary of the expenses incurred by the city on particular litigation matters, and it's a summary expense by month. The administration does a good job of redacting that. I'm not quite sure who's responsible for that. What the administration gets is different than what the public is able to see or what the council is able to see in a public meeting. Ordinarily, a lawyer provides a time specification by date that would specify exactly what actions or what things they have done on a particular date. Obviously, that's not being published to the public for obvious reasons. You know, we don't want those things known. And it's privileged communication between attorney and client, the client being the city of Cranston. But the report itself is designed, as I understand it, to provide the council with a sense of what's being spent on outside litigation. To the extent that you want to discuss a particular piece of litigation and its progress, I'm not going to speak for Mr. Malaya, but I'm sure that someone in his office would be more than happy to give you an update in an executive session, and that would be the time if you wanted to get into the actual specifics of what was being done in the particular case. So I just wanted to mention that to the council. I know there's been some dialogue about that in the last couple of months. And that's it.
Thank you, Attorney Angel. Attorney Malay, do you have anything to add?
No, I think that Attorney Angel hit the nail on the head on that end of it. I'd be happy to discuss any pending matters with the council in executive session. In the public forum, it's not appropriate at this point in time. The bills, what is seen in front of you is the vendor's bill for outside counsel on certain matters that are pending with the city. Any details I would be more prepared to address in executive session.
Thank you very much, Attorney Malay. Councilmember Donegan, are you good? All right, excellent. Moving on to the request to be continued in service for 1 year. Assistant Chief Daniel Marcinko, Cranston Fire Department. Director Moretti, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, no, that's correct. He has requested to continue service for an additional year and has fulfilled all his requirements to do so.
Okay, thank you, Director. I'll entertain a motion to continue in service.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Get a motion and a second. Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Brady,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, and Director Moretti, you have one more item on there.
Yeah, sure thing. Yes, Chief Warren has requested also to continue service for an additional year as he has fulfilled his requirements to do so. Let's hope that he's around a lot longer than that. He's in pretty good shape.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to continue Chief Warren for 1 year.
Motion to continue.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mazzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Brady,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. Okay, moving on to Council President Communications. I promise I will be really quick. It's late.
To the chair?
Yes.
Would it be okay if I want to just call to your attention a couple of things for executive communications? If
Sure.
not, that's fine.
Solicitor Angel,
Sure, why not?
go for it.
Okay, just to say that we expect to have, Mayor Hopkins expects to have the 21-22 budget, proposed budget to you, to the council on or by April 1st. Director Strom has met with just about all department heads at this point. Today, he began some initial discussions, debriefing the mayor and I. So that the process is now pretty much in the third floor with first review. So we still need some more time to certainly develop it and understand it. There has been a revaluation, as we all know, in the city. A lot of inquiries about that. Certainly in the last 3 years, property values have increased. I don't think that's a doubt. So we couldn't project tax rates at this time. We don't, the rate's certainly going to change. Again, no update on that. We'll have the update come April 1st, what that means. The vaccination program is at this point, we've vaccinated about 3,500 people, seniors and educators and staffs. We're at that point. All the initial vaccines have been administered, and some of the second vaccines to seniors have started. And we'll be rolling the second vaccines out, continue to do so over the next 3 weeks. And if we get, we're still waiting. If there's any additional guidance from Department of Health, we'll see if it continues or not, to the extent that we can sustain it relative to our volunteers and staff. So it's been a great program, as we all know. And there's been a lot of talk about the American Reserve Plan Act of 2021. Not a lot of details on that as to what it means specifically to the use of funds for the cities and towns. We're waiting to see how that money can be spent. There's some general, I've personally read the Congressional Act. The wording is fairly vague in many instances and requires clarification. Again, for the use of funds, the mayor and I spoke to a conversation with Congressman Langevin last week, and he believes President Biden, his administration will be sending out more specific guidelines for the use of those funds. So we're waiting anxiously for that guidance.
Okay, thank you, Director. Any questions for Director Moretti? Okay, there being none. Councilmember Donegan, did you have a question?
Well, Director Moretti's last point ties into what I have under council communication. So I don't know if you want me to do it now or do it then. It doesn't matter.
No, you can do it now. It segues right into it.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, Director Moretti, for that update, and for going through a couple hundred pages of a bill. That's well, I don't envy you on having to go through that, but thank you for so the question I have is, I know that's what we're going to get is still kind of up in the air. I guess procedurally, my question is, let's say we can spend $1 million on X. Who in the city gets to authorize that spending? Can the mayor or the administration spend whatever they want of the COVID relief fund, of the whatever additional funds we get, or does that expenditure have to get authorized by the city council?
I don't have the answer to that. I would have to rely on solicitors or beyond for that, frankly. Certainly, whatever they say, I'm assuming, which is the worst thing I can do, is think that similar to a budget, that the mayor perhaps would propose it, sending it to the council for approval, but that's just speculation. We'd certainly look to legal counsel. So I really don't have the answer to that one. I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. I was more or less looking for any input from legal counsel on the call tonight.
Yeah, just to add to that, actually, if you want, we can ask legal counsel also. Schools are expected to receive $20 million. So the city side, 27 million, and the schools 20 million. So you might want to compound that question to legal counsel.
Do you want me to answer now?
I don't expect you to be prepared for the answer, but if you have it.
If the school department receives money that's not otherwise appropriated from the city, that's a much different question and would depend on the terms of the grant of the funds. Since the city is not providing them with funds, there's no ask involved. It's not a budget. It's a very different type of a grant of funds, if you will. So I don't have an answer to that. With respect to funds that the city would receive, I think Director Moretti's correct. It's the same sort of collaboration, if you will, on how to spend that money between the council and the executive that goes on and that would go on in the context of the budget, I would suggest.
If I may add, it also may have earmarks from the federal government on how it may be used.
That's
and
correct.
We don't know what that answer is yet. So
that's correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other?
So stay tuned, I guess, is the answer, right, Director Moretti?
I would say so, correct. Thank you, Attorney.
Same time, same channel.
Can I ask a quick question, Council President, if I can?
Yes.
To, I guess maybe to Director Moretti or the solicitors. So in that case, if we are going to stay tuned, right, as to any type of guidelines on the federal side, can the General Assembly also provide or establish guidelines as well on that money, or can they not because it's federal funds, not state funds is going?
It's federal funds that would be driven by the earmarks that Mr. Malaya spoke about, if there
Yeah.
are restrictions on how it's spent.
Yeah, and if I could just add to that too, in my layman reading of that document, that it should be distributed directly, that the feds will be distributed directly to the city, I'm told also, through internal channels.
Thank you. It's a lot of money coming our way, so we really have to fine tooth comb that and make sure how that funds are being applied and used very carefully. So
We are aware of that, and we certainly will follow that advice.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Renzulli.
I, through the chair to Director already, is it true we may also get more funds that go from the federal government to the state government, who could then allocate more funds to the city as well? Or that's not indicated?
You know, Council, I don't know the answer to that. I think so, but I don't know the answer. I didn't follow that thread. I just started going to the city, to the state, to the municipalities. I don't know if Cranston is included. What happened? The reason why the Cranston's getting, at least from the city side, that $27 million that's bantered around, it was just distributed on the basis of the CBD grant and the same criteria. So that's why I was able to focus on that. But I don't know if there will be additional funds as you're suggesting or questioning. I hope so, but I don't know. I personally don't know the answer to that question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? There being none, we'll move on from executive communications. Council President Communications, I'll be extremely brief. It's late. Just want to wish everybody a happy Easter. Also highlight the Easter Bunny is coming to Cranston. You probably saw the event page on Facebook. Thank you, Council Vice President Brady and the administration and Mike for helping put that together. It's going to be a nice event. Also want to say that it was nice driving around the city for St. Patrick's Day weekend, kind of seeing the city come alive a little bit, some economic development, in the city with some of the restrictions being lifted. It was nice to see. And also there is a softball tournament coming up for proms, to raise money for proms. And I hear there's a couple of teams that are going to be fielded and some council members might be playing. So it's going to be a fun day when that comes up. That's all I got. Moving on to council member communications. Anybody have any communications?
We completed those, Mr. President.
Okay, we completed those. We can move on to introduction of new matters before the council. These new matters are referred for public hearing to the appropriate subcommittees of the council. They are listed here for referral to a committee and a vote will be taken. I believe there is one item we have to take out of order. Is that correct, Councilmember Marino?
Yes, for the record, I do need to recuse from the referral to committee of the request from National Grid for pole location on Natick Avenue and Valley View Drive, as it's being referred to the Public Works Committee for April 15th due to my conflict of interest being a litigant in pending litigation with respect to the Natick Ave Solar Development Project that is currently under appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll vote on that one first. Obviously, note Councilmember Marino's recusal. So for new business, we have a request from National Grid for pole location at Natick Avenue and Valley View Drive being referred to the Public Works Committee for April 15th, 2021. I'll entertain a motion to send this matter to the Public Works Committee.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. Under discussion, just know for the record, Councilmember Marino has recused. And Councilmember Renzulli, I see your hand up.
I'm just wondering, I just foresee us perhaps needing someone from National Grid to be on that meeting? In case there's any questions, is that a possible request to make now or no?
I think we can make the request. I don't know the process of that. If the city clerk sends them a letter and requests them to be there, if that's something we can do.
Might suggest, Mr. Chairman, that it come from the chair of the committee to do that.
Yeah, Chair,
Yes,
Council President, may I speak?
yes.
We are in the process of putting together a list of what we're looking for National Grid to supply the neighbors in all matters concerning Natick Avenue and telephone poles. This request is coming hopefully sooner than later. I think Councilman Donegan and I have spoken about this already, and we're trying to put together a list so we can go to Ken Mason and to National Grid and say, this is what we're looking for and this is what we need. We don't know if we're going to be ready by April 15th, but we're sure going to try. That's basically as updated as I can keep you right now. Councilman Donegan, have you heard anything else?
Not since the last time you and I spoke, no.
So we're trying to put that together and we're trying to make it comprehensive and we're trying to make it so we can satisfy all those involved with the situation on Natick Avenue. So I just don't have an answer right now, but we are working on it.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman Ferry. Any other questions? Councilmember Renzulli, does that satisfy your answer?
I'm just a little confused. I think that my question is, I don't know if these requests, these smaller requests, I know are all part of a bigger plan, but we're supposed to vote on them as smaller requests. So I can certainly appreciate what Chairman Ferry and Councilman Donegan are doing. Do they do that for comprehensively? Do we just wait on, do we really refer this to the committee or no, because we're waiting on this bigger ask?
Through the chair.
Yes.
I'm actually on the same page with Nicole. I guess if I am on the same page, if I'm understanding correctly, because I'm kind of confused myself because I thought we had continued a different item to later on. And so I'm also wondering if this is something because of, I think if I'm understanding you, Councilwoman Renzulli, is that should we kind of maybe put this as one block because it's like one kind of relates with the other or doesn't, or is it two separate matters in a whole, even though it all is under National Grid?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm asking, and I don't know.
Yeah, I'm with you
we need
on
to
that,
ask
Nicole.
someone else.
If I can help to clarify. So what's being done here is this particular matter is being referred to the committee, and it's up to the committee to suss out the details of just what it is that they require to consider the item. And if the committee will do its work and get whatever information it thinks it needs to get to make a judgment on the new business and send it back to council. If the council deems at that point that the work that's been done is insufficient to discover the amount of details that the council would like, then the council can send it back.
I think we need to get it to committee to probably answer most of these questions to refer the business. And if it's looped in with the other poll locations, then we can, loop them all together. I mean, Valley View Drive is right in that area, right where we were talking about last month.
Mhm. Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? So there being none, we have a motion and a second to refer this to the Public Works Committee. Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Brady,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes. I'll entertain a motion to send.
Mr. President, the
Yes.
record should reflect at this point also in the vote, the recusal of Council Member Marino.
Okay, for the record, Councilman Marino did recuse on the National Grid poll location. Thank you. Moving on, I'll entertain a motion to send all remaining new business to the proper committees.
Council President,
Yes.
can I just indicate there's Scrivener's error in ordinance 32103. The date of that should be September 1st, 2018 to August 31st, 2021. It's correct on the link but that was listed incorrectly.
So we do have an Scrivener's error in 32103. And you note the correction. Okay. And 32106 was withdrawn at the beginning of the meeting, so that doesn't have to get forwarded on. So do we have a motion in a second?
Mr. President, to be clear for the record, the motion should reflect the referral of 32101 through 32105 inclusive.
So I need a motion to send 32101 to 32105 to their proper committees.
So moved.
Motion to send. Go ahead.
321
Second.
through 32105 to the proper committee.
We have
Second.
a motion and a second. Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Marino,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Renzulli,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vargas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Riley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Brady,
Yes.
Council President Paplaskas.
Yes, there are no miscellaneous business on the clerk's desk. The next Cranston City Council regular monthly meeting will be held on April 26, 2021. Thank you all. It's a late night and appreciate all your hard work. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to
Motion to
adjourn.
adjourn.
Second.
Any, all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
Good night. Bye.